It's the Orioles on Masson, and we welcome you back to Fenway Park in Boston after the doubleheader yesterday where the two teams split it. This is the rubber match of this three-game set, the Orioles and the Red Sox. And a very good Sunday. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Thorne, and welcome. For the Orioles, they hope another series win before they head to Washington after the ball game tonight. For the Orioles, a doubleheader yesterday. An exciting game number one. Let's take a look back at the highlights from the two that were played yesterday. It would be the Red Sox errors which would be so costly. This one, Young would reach on an error by Pedroia, only his second error of the year. Then Pierce would reach on the Bogaerts error that would result in 2 runs scoring, tying the game at 2. On the mound, Miguel Gonzalez, he gave up only 1 earned run on 7 hits in 8 innings, settled down to get the job done, had some 1, 2, 3 innings, and what happened in the ninth was this. Jonathan Herrera, game-winning single. Gomes would score the game winner, and the Red Sox won it by a score of 3-2. We moved to the nightcap last night. The return of Manny Machado, the 5-game suspension, finally has ended. And Manny back on the field and with the ball club and back at third base in the starting role where the Orioles need that defense and his bat. For Nelson Cruz, a night to remember. A double in the first, a single in the third, a home run in the 5th inning, and a single in the 6th, a double in the 8th. Could it be a cycle? Come on, Nelson, charge. He wanted it. He went to third base, but he was called out. Still a 5-for-5 game. It ended on a Holt ground out back to Zach Britton. Final out of the ball game, 7-4. The Orioles came away with the win. So, Mike Morning, that sets up our Sunday game.
Yeah, well, that was a pretty good doubleheader, actually, for the Orioles. I think it was nice to see Miguel Gonzalez really coming through. He had some rough starts after coming off the disabled list. To go 8 strong innings was a great sign for Miguel Gonzalez in this Orioles rotation. That second game, nice to see the Orioles bats burst out, of course. Headlined by Nelson Cruz's 5 hits and almost coming through with that cycle. But 16 hits for that Orioles offense. That's big. And, of course, Manny Machado, the return. What an immediate impact he made. Today's game, looking to take this rubber game today. And Kevin Gausman's been pitching well for this team.
Boy, the Orioles want to see him have another great start here so he can get his place in the rotation for the remainder of this year. Game 3, Sunday afternoon at the Park. Coming up. Brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwest.com. And by Navy Federal Credit Union. 4 million members, 4 million stories. Navy Federal Credit Union. An absolutely gorgeous summer day here in Boston. Take a look at our train. Game time temperature, 82 degrees. A few but very few high clouds and low humidity. Visit TrainSearch.com to find your local train comfort specialist dealer. It's hard to stop a train, really hard. And here's the starting lineup for the Orioles, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Their fares online only at Southwest.com. Markakis, Pearson, Jones, Cruz, Young, and Hardy, Machado, Flaherty, and Joseph. Adam Jones' 9-game hit streak. Note who is not in the lineup. Chris Davis.
Let's take a look at the pitch arsenal for Jake Peavy this afternoon. Used that fastball 72% of the time, breaking ball 14%, and the changeup at 14% as well. Here's a look at the numbers on the year. 17 starts, just 1 win, 7 losses, 482 earned run average. He's got 104 2/3 innings pitched, so he's eating up some innings, but he's been getting hit in the process. 111 hits given up, 81 strikeouts, 40 walks on the year. Opponents hitting .274, 17 home runs given up by Peavy. Lefties at .265, righties up to .284. Now, he's got quite a combination of pitches. He's got 3 fastballs, 2-seamer, 4-seamer, and a cutter that he uses. A couple breaking pitches, a slider and curveball. He's got a change and a splitter. And for him to have success, he's got to be able to locate well, work the edges of the plate, and just continually mix up his pitches. The velocity isn't there like it was in years past where he was a dominant power type pitcher. His fastball is only 87 to 91, so he's got to be able to hit his spots and mix his pitches to have success today.
And he'll start out with a hitter who's pretty good against him. Take a look at our Jeep Inside the Numbers on the Orioles. There are a lot of players who have put up some pretty good numbers lifetime against Jake Peavy.
Yeah, sure have. Adam Jones, of course, there, 583 with a home run. Markakis a home run. Cruz a homer. Flaherty has a home run. Delman Young a homer. So not only the high batting averages, but some damage done as well.
And we are underway on this Sunday afternoon. Nick Markakis will take it for a strike. Nick has a 3-game hit streak coming into this one. A couple of hits and 8 at bats in the doubleheader, day-night doubleheader that was played yesterday. And Peavy needs that first strike. Another one of those pitchers who, when he can get it, a lot better results than when he falls behind with that 0-1-1-0 count. A 1-ball, 1-strike count to Markakis. Pearson Jones will follow. Chris Davis just getting the day off. He's not hitting. And as a result, Buck Showalter's decided he needs to come out of the lineup. For how long remains to be seen. The hope is that with some work in non-playing days that Chris will be able to get that bat going again. But right now it's a problem for the Orioles. 2-1 delivery on the way, and that'll miss outside for a ball. Peavy has surrendered the 40 walks while striking out 81 in the 104 innings that he has pitched. Peavy's tied for first in the most home runs surrendered in the American League with 17, and he has given up the 7th most runs. And Nick Markakis picks up right where he left off against Peavy. There's a leadoff single for the Orioles leadoff hitter.
That's what he does the best. Starts off a game with a base hit. Let's take a look at the Red Sox defense. Nava, Bradley Jr., and Holt in the outfield. Drew and Pedroia up the middle. Bogart's been back at third base. Napoli at first, with Ross behind the plate.
So Markakis on again, and the Orioles would love to get it started early against Peavy. And here is Steve Pearce. He will be playing at first base in today's ball game, making his 17th start of the season at first. Pearce will take the pitch. It will miss a little bit low for a ball. Pearce is the alternative, Mike, for first base, and he's played it well.
Oh my gosh, he sure has. Well, really, anywhere you put Steve Pearce, he's had success. See the numbers there the last 3 games, but since he's had this opportunity, he has become an everyday type player. Buck Showalter cannot get him out of the lineup. He is seeing the ball well and driving it.
Late call on the strike by Mike Estabrook, the home plate umpire, and that caused Pearce to turn around, take a long look, and we can always quote Buck Showalter in those situations. We know exactly what he says.
Yeah, well, I don't know that Estabrook can hear him over there, but
just really, really. With the cocked head and the look of the umpire. Really?
Still on.
And the throw over again. Nick Markakis standing proudly as Peavy thinks he might steal a base. That would be a major story. Not that Nick can't run, but he certainly is not a base stealer. And a couple of throws over to start the ball game, keep that double play in order. Big hole between first and second, and that one right off the end of the bat foul.
Peavy trying to work the edges here to Steve Pearce. You know how dangerous Steve is, and if there's a mistake left on the plate, he's been powder in the baseball here recently. So, of course, a questionable call on him for strike one, but there another pitch working that perimeter.
Over his career, Peavy's been known as, or the home plate umpire rather, Mike Esterbrook's been known as favoring the pitchers a little bit more than hitters, but not a great deal. That strike zone, though, sometimes the benefit goes to the pitcher rather than the hitter. 1-2 count on Pearce, and he'll loop the ball in the air to right field. Holt will back up a couple of steps and put it away. Markakis goes back to first base. For Jake Peavy against the Orioles, his career record is 2-1. This year, the Orioles have already beaten him. It's the second start he's had against the Orioles. He lost in his fourth start in a 5-0 game. The Orioles got 5 runs on 10 hits off him in just 5 2/3 innings. And in the game on June 9, he gave up 4 runs on 8 hits in 7 innings and gave up a season high 3 home runs in that game to the Orioles. The home runs have been divided. The lefties have hit up 11, the right-handers 6 on the year against Peavy. Here's Adam Jones with his 9-game hit streak standing in. Markakis short lead at first. And Adam will go after it and foul it back.
Well, I think the Red Sox rotation, as well as most rotations around the league, as we take a look at Adam Jones's, this season, batting average by pitch type, that fastball at 350, curveball, that's the down at 225, but he's on the changeup 300 and the slider 354. So mistakes on the plate, Adam Jones has been hitting, and he's been using the whole field. I mean, he's been locked in since the beginning of June. A very dangerous hitter.
Really good against the Red Sox. 383 this year against Boston with 1 home run. And the pitch will be taken outside. Breaking ball. Peavy talking to himself loudly after that pitch got away from him. That's not what he wanted to throw.
Well, you're going to see Peavy talk to himself quite a bit. I mean, that's what he does. He's always moving around. He's a high energy guy. He'll talk to himself. He'll talk to his players. He'll talk to the baseball. Trying to execute the proper pitches. And what I was going to allude to earlier was that this rotation knows that they have to mix pitches up against this Orioles lineup. You just can't consistently throw one pitch. You have to stay consistent with a mix. And here is a good look. A nasty slider down and away. 87 miles an hour. Probably more the cutter version there. But a good location. Good pitch. What Peavy can do is if he can establish that cutter away, he has the ability to run the 2-seamer back over the outside corner as well, especially when he gets in this type of position.
Here's the 1-2 delivery, and Adam Jones will take the pitch inside. That'll even up the count 2-2. Adam comes in 7th in the American League in average at 309. He's up there again in the hit department, 2nd in hits with 110. Altuve with 121. And among the total bases with 180, he is tied for 5th in the American League. Great offensive season for Adam Jones first half. 2-ball, 2-strike delivery, and again went outside with it and missed by a lot. And the count will go full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. We'll see if Markakis is running at first base.
Adam Jones showing some pretty good patience there on that cutter, as it did run off the plate about 8 to 10 inches.
Cruz in the DH role, waiting on deck. Pedroia's moved way around towards second base on Adam Jones. Runner goes outside. He walked it. So the Orioles have a chance. They've got 2 on with only 1 away, and that will bring up Nelson Cruz. Take a look at our Lowe's Never Stop Improving, brought to you by Lowe's.
Well, what a night Nelson Cruz had last night, but this season has been amazing. 27 home runs, 70 RBI. You see what he's on pace for, the 50 home runs and 130 RBI. He has been red hot, seeing the ball so well. Last night's game was just so indicative, of what he's done all season. Using the whole field, being patient. When a pitcher makes a mistake on the inner third, he's been hammering it. And last night he hit that home run. It was a missile over the Green Monster.
2 on and only 1 away, and Cruz will take the pitch inside. A number of boos as he stepped to the plate. You've heard about the ongoing controversy here. John Lackey, the starter in the game last night for the Red Sox, went after Cruz after the game, referring to the fact that he'd served the 50-game suspension for use of performance-enhancing drugs, and it wasn't taken well by anybody on the Orioles. And there's a base hit into left field. Markakis will go to third and stop, and that's the way you answer those kinds of comments. you come away with a base hit to start the next day. 6 for 6 for Nelson Cruz. After the ball game, Lackey said, talking to the press, you guys forget pretty conveniently about stuff. Lackey's been on Cruz and all those who use performance-enhancing drugs. Buck Showalter said, you understand nobody makes those comments after they've pitched a complete game shutout or Nelson's 0 for 5. It's human nature. We need to all make sure we check our own backyard before we start looking at someone else's. And he's talking about David Ortiz, who has said he has never used performance-enhancing drugs, but his name has come up in investigations. So little tay-to-tay going on, and Buck was not happy that the issue was raised after the ball game last night by John Lackey. Now runners on all of them, bases loaded, and that will bring up Young, batting in the 5 spot and getting another start in left field in the ball game. Young's got a 3 for 13 with a home run, lifetime off Peavy. Peavy's looking for that ground ball double play to get out of it. Look over to first, and nobody close to Cruz. Napoli is swung around and playing way behind him.
Yeah, that's going to be tough for this Red Sox infield to turn a double play, as Cruz can get way off of first base and get on that pivot man at second.
Delivery on the way to Young, and that'll be foul back. Finishing up on the Cruz and Red Sox matter, just to get it out of the way earlier because it's in the news. Buck Showalter this morning, when he talked about it, he said, talking about Lackey, he might want to be very careful as to what he says. He said it reflects poorly upon the person who said it, again talking about Lackey. So that's going to be a little greater intensity involved. Cruz and the Red Sox. Ball will be pumped foul and out of play, and a 1-ball 2-strike count as Young, who's played infrequently in starting roles, getting the opportunity here against the Red Sox with the doubleheader played yesterday and then the Sunday afternoon game. And certainly when he's had a chance coming off the bench, he has been yet another major part of this offensive cog of the Orioles. He's been a magnificent pinch hitter and has done a good job in the DH role. Bases loaded, 1-2 delivery on the way, and he got him to go after one down and in the dirt.
Pretty good breaking ball right there from Peavy. That bite of that hard slider there. See the late tilt, shows itself up in the zone, and then down it goes. A pretty good finish on a pitch from Peavy. He continues to mix up his offerings.
So he's got a chance to get out of the inning. There are 2 down, and that will bring up J.J. Hardy. Hardy just 2 for 22 off Peavy, and the pitch will be at the knees for a strike. J.J. with that .287 batting average, 1 for 9 in the doubleheader yesterday. See the 3 grand slams that he's had in his career. Big cut, another good pitch, great location, 0-2.
Working that outside edge, that's a little cutter. Started him off with the 2-seamer on the outer third, and backs it up with the cut fastball. I see him working the outside corner there. Pretty good pitches.
Orioles were just 3 for 16 with runners in scoring position in the doubleheader yesterday. Peavy's 0-2 delivery. Hardy takes. Tough pitch to take. A little bit outside with it, and the count will go to 1-2.
Take a look at the fastball here. He wanted it off the plate. I mean, he executed the pitch he wanted, thinking that Hardy might expand the zone a little bit with 2 strikes. Get him leaning out there. Get the hitter to think about that outer third. Quite possibly can do something on the inside corner.
JJ 1 for 6 with the bases loaded this year. 2 down. Here's the 1-2 delivery to him. Hardy will take it again. That was a little further outside. And a 2-ball 2-strike count on J.J. Hardy. Orioles and Red Sox have played even this season. They are 6-6 in the first 12 games between these 2 teams in the East. The Orioles, of course, a game up on Toronto in first place. Boston 8 games out. 2-2 delivery on the way. Hardy will put it in the air. Center field. Got a lot of it, but a lot of room. And Bradley is there to put it away, and Peavy works his way out of it. No runs, 2 hits, no errors. The Orioles leave the bases loaded. Hood from their very own blimp. Always good, always Hood. No, the ballpark. You're supposed to be watching the ballpark, not the boats. Well, still looks pretty good, though. Take a look at the starting lineup for the Red Sox. Holt, Nava, and Pedroia, Ortiz, Napoli, and Drew, Ross, Bradley Jr., and Bogarts. 2 homered ball game yesterday for Drew, getting his first 2 of the year.
Now let's take a look at the scouting report for Kevin Gausman this afternoon here at Fenway Park. He has to establish the fastball. He has a dominant fastball at times. He can rush it up there 98, 99 miles an hour when he wants to in big situations, but he's got to show that he can throw it and throw it for strikes. Keep it down in the zone and then elevate by design. Elevate that fastball up in the zone. You're going to get a lot of swing and misses when hitters have to gear up for that heat. And that'll lead to the secondary success. He has a devastating split finger and changeup at times, and he can go to that for a big time put away pitch. This season, 5 starts, 3-2 record, 3.86 earned run average. Opponents hitting 260, lefties at 246, righties at 277.
So Kevin Gausman ready to go. Holt up, their leadoff batter. Manny Machado in at third, and the pitch will be taken away for a ball. Holt's got a 4-game hit streak. Another fine day yesterday. Ended up the 2 for 8. You see, did have an RBI. Since taking over this leadoff spot, he has gotten the job done for the Red Sox, and that is taken for a strike. Over Kevin Gausman, yet another chance to show what he's got and to try and stay with the ball club. It's not that he's pitched badly, that he's been sent down. It's just a numbers game right now. 1-1 delivery on the way, and that fastball is in there for a strike.
Kevin has pitched up very well in his opportunities. His last start against Tampa Bay, maybe tried to, I think, mess around a little bit too much. Those breaking balls, off-speed pitches. Kevin Gausman is a power pitcher, and he has to show that fastball in order for his secondary pitches to have more effect.
And that one will be taken inside. For Kevin Gausman, because he's going back and forth to the minors, it really is kind of a messy situation getting his work in. He worked 2 innings on Wednesday with Aberdeen while he was down, fouled off, and intentionally it was only 2 innings. So and then he comes back up here, and this is like the 3rd time he's had to do that, where he's gone down, worked a couple of innings as a starter, come out of the game.
Yeah, he's been everywhere in the minor leagues. When he gets sent out of here, he's pitched in AAA, he's pitched in AA, he's pitched in Single A, and of course Aberdeen a couple innings. So yeah, it's been tough for Kevin Gausman.
And the pitch inside 3-2. And if you watch him pitch, I mean, I don't think there's anybody around the Orioles who doesn't think he's deserving of being here and in the rotation. But trying to work that out and make the numbers fit with this 6 starter availability situation, as he's the one who's had to pay a price. It'll go to second base. Handled by Flaherty. Holt is retired.
And let's take a look at the Orioles defense this afternoon, brought to you by Chevrolet. Delman Young in left field, Adam Jones in center, Markakis over in right. Take a look at this Orioles infield, leading all of Major League Baseball in double plays with 101. Hardy and Flaherty up the middle, Machado and Pierce on the corners, with Caleb Joseph behind the plate.
And there is Pierce in place of Davis at first, his 17th start at first base this year. Nava coming up. Nava with a 3 for 6, an RBI in the ball game yesterday, is a switch hitter. It was appropriate that Flaherty would be able to handle the first ground ball of the ball game defensively. Why? It's Main Day at Fenway Park. A lot of VIPs from Maine on hand, which of course is where Mr. Flaherty is from, and where Mr. Thorne and Mr. Bordick also have extensive ties. Nava hitting at 230 on the season. He's faced Kevin Gausman 3 times 0 for 3 and will foul that one away.
Kevin Gausman is definitely trying to establish that fastball, and you see him holding that good velocity, 95, 96, moving it around, keeping it down in the zone. Did a nice job coming back to get Holt for that ground ball.
Hey, look, Mike.
There it is, Maine flag.
It's the Maine flag. Dirigo lead. And that ball to short. That's going to be a tough one. A lot of spin. Hardy with a nice play to record the out.
Boy, he made that look so easy. That was a tough play. Nava gets inside this pitch, and it does have some spin, and he makes a quick step up in order to get that short hop. Keeps the good concentration. You saw the eyes down behind the glove, making it look so easy.
So 2 outs on the ground for Kevin Gausman, and that'll bring up Dustin Pedroia. Pedroia had a 1 for 6 doubleheader yesterday, hitting at 280, and the fastball will catch the inside corner at the knees. Pedroia's had a 1 for 5. Lifetime off Kevin Gausman. Gausman had an opportunity to see these Red Sox hitters previously. Here's the 0-1, and that one's going to miss outside. 1-0, a 1.86 ERA against the Red Sox for Kevin. 2 earned runs in 9 2/3 innings that he's pitched. He had 2 scoreless appearances here at Fenway, September 17 and 18 out of the bullpen. He had 3 perfect innings in those games, striking out 5. And that pitch is going to be taken down low, 2-1.
Yeah, so he's got a good feel for Fenway Park. At a young age, to establish that kind of confidence is only going to lead to good things for Kevin Gausman here, because this could potentially be a very tough place to pitch. The early success is going to show some carryover.
2-1 delivery, and that'll be foul back and out of play. Had a real big breeze yesterday blowing out to right field. It's blowing out again to right, but not quite as briskly as it was yesterday. And today much warmer at game time, 82 degrees, 10 degrees warmer than it was for the afternoon game yesterday. Still, though, balls hit to right field, may get a little carry. 2-2 delivery on the way. Pedroia fouls it off that way.
99 miles an hour with the fastball. Has still not thrown an off-speed pitch. Hasn't really needed to. To prove that they can hit that cheese. Haven't been able to square one up yet.
Pedroia's had a good bat over the last 18 games, hitting .343 to up his average. And that chopper is going to go towards second base. Flaherty backhands it, makes the nice play. And 3 ground ball outs, and good work by the infield. The kid from Maine got a couple of those. Side is retired in order. Manny Machado, his 22nd birthday. We'll lead it off when we come back. Nayana Shaw from Registertown has won $500 for being selected, and you get $500 more for every Orioles home run hit today. Play the Orioles scratch off for the Maryland Lottery. Your chance to be the contestant of the game. Win a trip to see the O's at Wrigley or the MLB World Series. Learn more mdlottery.com/Orioles. That's what you do on the Charles here in Boston on a day like today. A lot of sailing lessons in all the universities on the other side of the Charles River with all those great boathouses. Here is Manny Machado, and Machado is celebrating birthday number 22 today. And Manny fortunately getting off that 5-game suspension, second game of the doubleheader last night. 3-game hit streak for him as he comes back. And 2 for 5 in the ball game last night.
Manny, salty veteran now at 22 years of age, has experienced so much already in this game. Of course, the All-Star game, the Gold Glove, the Platinum Glove.
A salty veteran. Pedroia's back. He's called off by Holt, and Holt will put it away. On Wednesday, when the Orioles return home hosting the Nationals, all fans are going to get the Nick Markakis Orioles t-shirt, a unique design featuring the silhouette of Nick and words from his teammates about the great veteran right fielder. Show your Birdland pride. Get your tickets now. Orioles.com or 888-848-BIRD. That's going to be on Wednesday. Orioles have the 4 games coming up, 2 in Washington and 2 at home against the Nationals, who themselves are vying for a division championship in the second half of the season. Pitch will be taken by Flaherty. Flaherty gets the start at second base. One of the reasons he's 3 for 6 with a home run lifetime off Peavy. And this is the ballpark where he's played pretty well. 240 career average here with 1 home run. The off-speed pitch is in there for a strike.
Ryan Flaherty's been swinging the bat pretty well, and of course did a great job over at third base, filling in for Manny Machado, and Buck Showalter understands the value of Ryan Flaherty.
That one hit hard to center, good speed, and Bradley Jr. will get there and put it away. A little mustard on the play, a couple fly ball outs, and there are 2 down.
A pretty good swing there by Ryan Flaherty, but a nice job defensively by Bradley Jr. Good speed out there in center field. Basically just ran to the spot. Got there to take that one away.
He gets great jumps.
He does.
In center field on those fly balls. So Peavy gets a couple of quick outs. The Orioles left the bases loaded in that first inning. They had loaded them up with only 1 away. It could not push a run across. And the pitch will be taken for a strike. Caleb Joseph had a 2 for 3 in the ball game yesterday as he played starting role as a catcher in game 1 and got a couple of hits off John Lester. He was saying before the game, I watched him throw that cutter, Lester. I knew I was going to have trouble with that, so I set on a couple of fastballs, and I got a couple of fastballs, and he got base hits.
Yeah, he did. He was really one of the only Orioles to square Lester up yesterday. Lester threw a great game, 8 strong innings, but his defense let him down big time. 3 errors in that first game. Of course, they made a couple errors in the second game as well, so defense a little suspect right now for the Sox.
2 ball, 1 strike count with 2 down. Joseph trying to turn the order over. That goes to center field. Bradley will come the other way and will make the catch. So the fly balls off the pitches of Peavy, and he is a pronounced fly ball pitcher, and it's showing up in the first 2 innings here. To look forward to Miller time later in our ball game today, brought to you by Miller Lite. Lots of cruises to be had around Boston Harbor with much to see, and today a great day to be out there. Hope you're having a great 4th of July weekend. going to be traveling later today. Please be careful. A lot of folks will be heading back home after spending the 4th in various locations. The All-Star team is going to be announced tonight, of course, and the Orioles hope Adam Jones, for the final round of balloting, will have moved into one of those spots for the outfield position. The fans select the starters, and then the All-Star managers, Mike Matheny of the Cardinals and John Farrell of the Red Sox, will finish off the rosters. The players have already voted for their starters, and if a player finishes first on the player ballot, is also selected by the fans, then the second player for the position on the player ballot becomes an automatic reserve. So that fills up a lot of spots from the fans voting and the player voting. Here is Ortiz to lead it off. DH. Did not play in game 1 yesterday. Back for the second game of the doubleheader and had a 1-for-3, which is the same number he has off Kevin Gausman. 1-for-3, a home run.
Yeah, his hit in last night's ball game, double off the monster. He was played a little bit by Nelson Cruz. It would have been a close attempt to get him.
Ortiz continues to move up on the home run ladder. 450, 37th all time. He is too shy of 35th place, now held by Carl Yastrzemski and Adam Dunn. Gausman with a 1-1 delivery to him, and the fastball will come inside. A little heat on that one in 98. Two ball, 1 strike count. Big shift on, of course, against Ortiz as they move Flaherty out into shallow right field against him. Napoli and Drew to follow. Belts that one in the air deep towards the bullpen, but wrong. And it'll be hauled in. Marquez, that one more of a line drive than a fly ball. Get social with MASN. Fans, you can retweet and repeat all weekend long for your chance to win a MASN prize pack. Be sure to follow MASN Orioles on Twitter. Retweet the daily contest tweet to be automatically entered to win. Here's Mike Napoli. Napoli had an 0-for in the doubleheader yesterday with the 0-for-6. Now at 270 on the year. 1-for-2 off Kevin Gausman. And he'll take the pitch at the knees for a strike.
He's still sticking with that fastball. And his velocity is up there, 97, 98 miles an hour consistently.
Waiting on it, and the pitch on the inside corner for a strike. Gee, Napoli didn't think it was a strike.
No way.
We were talking about that yesterday. There wasn't a strike thrown to him.
Right? Every called strike, he had to turn around and talk to the home plate umpire.
This time it's Mike Estabrook behind the plate. And the delivery will be fouled off the other way. Napoli is ranked 3rd in the American League in on-base percentage, tied for 7th with 47 walks. He had a couple of walks in the doubleheader yesterday and has now walked in 9 straight games, which happens to be the longest such streak of that kind in Major League Baseball at the moment. 0-2 delivery to him, check swing. Boy, I always just get the bat out there and try and do something with that pitch.
Yeah, all fastballs here to Napoli, working down in the zone. This one riding up, and he just has to try to protect. And you're going to start to see the effect. When Kevin Gausman has to start going to his off-speed pitches, hitters are going to be way out in front. You're going to see more chases.
0-2 delivery on the way, and a little breaking ball on that one, and he got him on a swinging strike 3.
There it was. A nasty split. It was either a split or a change. 87 miles an hour, so 98 to 87. Look at the dive bomb action on that split finger. Way out the front. Shows him 5 fastballs, all in the high 90s, and then drops that one on him. Nothing you can do. Trying to catch up with the heat. Real good finishing pitch there from Gausman.
That'll bring Drew to the plate. A little breakout day maybe for Stephen Drew yesterday in that doubleheader with the 2 home runs that he picked up, the first 2 he's had since rejoining the Red Sox. Limited number of games, of course, only the 22nd game today that he's played in. Homer in each of the games yesterday, 3 RBIs. Orioles move the infield around, although not completely. Now they will. And again, it's one of those count defensive changes. Once the count got to 2-0, the stats say Drew will try and pull the ball even more, so they move Hardy all the way over the second base side. And a strike on the outside corner at the knees.
So move over 2-0, and Kevin Gausman throws a 95-mile-an-hour fastball down and away. I don't know if Drew even tried to make an attempt to hit that he could pull that to the right side of the infield. But, you know, you go with the tendencies, and the hitter's count, he typically pulls.
Then came back inside, had him leaning, close pitch, and does not get the call on it, and the count will go to 3-1. Drew had gone 19 games without a home run to begin the season, and 95 regular season at bats, going back to last September without a home run before yesterday. And that'll be fouled off the mask. That one got a piece of Joseph.
He's taking a few pitches right on the forehead. 97-mile-an-hour fastball fouled straight back between the eyes.
Got a report that Nolan Reimold has been claimed off waivers by Toronto.
Well, he had a big injury in yesterday's ball game. Encarnacion went down.
Foul back. We're keeping an eye on the wire on that one. He's supposed to have the MRI today on the quad, which he said popped on him, and he had to come out of the ball game. Now that can be minor, a couple of days rest, or it can be very serious.
Yeah.
And we'll see what they get from the MRI today. But Encarnacion, of course, has been there even ahead of Bautista, their leader in home runs and RBIs. Here's the 3-2 delivery on the way, and he got him on the inside corner. 2 strikeouts in the inning, back to back. Napoli and Drew. Drew's going to stand there and talk about it. 6 in a row retired by Kevin Gausman. No score. To you by Southwest Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwest.com. And by Luna, the beautiful new carpet, hardwood, and laminate. Call 877-241-LUNA. Gary Thorne, Mike Bordick with you. No score. Game 3. This is the rubber match. The Orioles will leave after the game and head back actually to BWI, but on to Washington. Chris Tillman and Steven Strasburg, the scheduled starters against the Nationals tomorrow night. 6:30 O's extra, 7 o'clock for the ball game. And then Bud Norris right now is scheduled to go on Tuesday against Doug Fister. And Norris had the simulated game yesterday, and Buck Showalter saying today he would like to get 2 starts for Norris before the All-Star break. So if that's going to be the case, Kevin Gausman may again be the odd man out prior to the All-Star game. We are ready to go. Peavy's ready, and he wants to know why the batter isn't standing in. The reason was they were still playing music. And Nick Markakis wouldn't stand in until they stopped. Markakis had a single, 4-game hit streak for him now, and the pitch will be taken for a strike. Hicks continued around that .390 batting average, leading off ball games in the leadoff spot for the Orioles. Just an amazing performance for a leadoff hitter. That'll be away. And as a leadoff hitter, that single he got in the first inning is his 99th leadoff hit of the year. He's had 99 hits batting in the #1 spot. Ground ball will go to second base. Pedroia. One down. Time now for all fans to tweet their photo using hashtag #MASSonFanPhotos for a chance to have it shown in a future broadcast. It's brought to you by AT&T. Beautiful, isn't it?
Sure is.
Great sights from overhead in the hood blimp. Here is Steve Pearce. Pearce flied out to right field, his first time up. Infield will play him to pull, and the pitch taken for a ball. Stephen Drew goes back onto the outfield grass at short and left field. Steve now at 329 on the year, and that pitch from PV is in there for a strike, and we'll even it up at 1-1.
Steve Pearce has been working on that closed stance, and actually ever since he's really started taking off offensively with the great power numbers, the homers and the doubles, you can see that backside almost showing his number to the pitcher.
That'll go to left field very high in this high sky. Nava will pick it up. 2 down. Orioles, with the outburst in the second half of the doubleheader yesterday, continue with their great road numbers. The Orioles averaging a little over 5 runs a ball game on the road, 3.6 at home. Pitching has equaled that in a way, in that on the road ERA higher, 4.18, but almost a run more for the offense, while at home the ERA is almost the same as what the Orioles score, 3.64. The Orioles ERA at home, which is just what their runs at home per game is. Jones goes around on that one. He drew a walk his first time up.
The 82-seam fastball just kept running in. When he started to commit to the swing, he saw that late movement, tried to hold up. Actually kind of laughed at himself about that one.
One delivery to him and a big cut on the ball down and away. Good movement on that one from Beebe.
A good changeup at 82 miles an hour. So changing pitches, changing speeds, changing locations. That's going to be the key to his success, like we talked about earlier. Yeah, doing a pretty good job after getting himself out of that first inning jam.
And that one will be fouled away. Adam made a big run in the last All-Star balloting that was announced. He still was not in the top 3 for an outfield position with the American League, but there's been a final tally, of course, that'll be announced tonight, 7 o'clock, when they make the announcement of the All-Star teams. We'll see if Adam gets there via the fan vote or the players vote. A little chopper down to third. I think it's always interesting to compare, see how the fans view All-Star players compared to how the players view All-Star players. Over the past few years, it's lined up pretty much the same.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah. I think fans appreciate the more of the favoritism of players.
Yep.
Even if the players' numbers aren't quite there and maybe not deserving of All-Star consideration, just because of what they've represented maybe to that team or that organization, become fan favorites and want to see them in the All-Star game. But I think players appreciate that as well. They all know how hard it is, but I think what a player's perspective brings that might be a little bit differently is the player that's really having that All-Star caliber year, and they see him on a daily basis, and they want them to really be a part of that All-Star game because they deserve it. Now, they might not be perennial All-Stars like, say, an Adam Jones, but certainly deserving, in this year of being in there.
Yep. It's always the balancing of, are you talking about career numbers and performances for players at some point, as opposed to just first half numbers of a given year?
Yeah.
There's always a balance struck there. 2-2 delivery on the way. Jones will launch that one to center field. Again, Bradley gets back. He was deep anyway. Puts it away. 1-2-3 inning. That's 8 in a row retired by Peavy in this scoreless game. Susan Slesser, who covers the A's for the San Francisco Chronicle, about the deal involving former O's Jason Hamill and Jeff Smaja, the pitchers going there. There's nothing subtle about this. The A's are absolutely going for it this year. In the Billy Beane era, the club has been to the postseason 7 times and advanced to the ALCS just once. And on that Seattle team, a surprise ball club. Following an awful start, Mariners shortstop Brad Miller has broken out of an extended slump, become a major contributor in a surging lineup. Over the last 30 days, his WAR trails only Alcides Escobar among American League shortstops, and in fact, he had the game-winning hit last night, Brad Miller, for a surging Seattle team. That from Nathaniel Reeves in Bleacher Report, our Sunday columns.
Yeah, that American League West is really shaping up to be one of the tougher divisions. The A's making those moves, understanding about the promised land, what it's going to take. Billy Beane, with all that experience now making it there, wants to take the next step and try to get that team to the World Series with that big trade.
Smudge is due to pitch today against Toronto in a late starting game in Oakland. He's moved right into the lineup. No score in this one as we go to the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Kevin Gausman of the Orioles, no walks, a couple of strikeouts. Peavy's 1 walk, 1 strikeout. Ross up. Gausman's delivery to him, a fastball inside. With the trading deadline at the end of July, lots of rumors swirling about trades and also trades being made. The Yankees got Brandon McCarthy today from Arizona. Starting pitcher, 18 starts with the Diamondbacks, a 5.0 earned run average. Vidal Nuno went the other way. So trying to shore up the pitching staff, the Yankees are, that's been depleted by injuries, the latest being CC Sabathia.
Yeah, everybody looking to make some moves, and here in the American League East, nobody really taking off and running. Even the bottom teams feel like they're still in it. Tampa and Boston.
Popped it up, third base. Manny Machado shading eyes, right on the line, now in fair territory. And Ross is retired. The Orioles host the AL East rival Yankees in a pivotal 3-game weekend series starting Friday. Tickets are going fast. Don't miss a great weekend at Birdland. Plus, for each game, fans are encouraged to bring any non-perishable food item or cash donations to benefit the Maryland Food Bank, part of the annual Orioles Reach Food and Funds Drive. Go to Orioles.com for tickets or 888-848-BIRD. That's the Yankees coming in on Friday. Gausman's delivery to Jackie Bradley Jr. will miss away. 3-game hit streak for him with a 2-for-3 he had yesterday. Bogarts, number 9 hitter, waiting on deck. Gausman's pitch to him, and that's going to be a strike. Saw a note this morning out of Tampa Bay from their press that the Rays are making it known they would trade David Price in the division was a lot of discussion about whether or not they would or wouldn't do that, and apparently they've at least floated a balloon saying yes, if it's the right deal, we'll trade him in the division. 2-ball, 1 strikeout on Bradley. Manny Machado step in front of the bag at third, and a good pitch inside fouled away.
Well, you know, Tampa has really built that organization on dealing some of their better prospects when it comes to money. And they have a great understanding of other organizations and what their prospects might be. So they might be keying on some prospects in the American League East that could certainly help.
Got him.
Elevating by design there. 95 miles an hour up and out of the zone. Bradley Jr. giving chase. It looks good, but boy, is that hard to catch up to. 95 just taking off. A little two-seam action fading away.
How about this, Mike? Alfonso Soriano, the Yankees have designated him for assignment. Now, if Nuno went the other way to Arizona, does that mean the Yankees have another deal in place? That one will go to right and will fall in for a base hit. So Bogaerts breaks an 0 for 27 with a single to right and becomes the first base runner for the Red Sox in the ballgame.
Well, I think the fans appreciated that first hit today by the Red Sox, and of course Bogaerts been in that slump, so giving him a little bit of support, a pat on the back there.
So there's the first hit off Kevin Gausman, putting the runner on, and that'll bring Holt to the plate, their leadoff batter. Grounded out to second, his first time up. Bogaerts will be held by Pierce at first. A couple of steals and 4 chances for Bogaerts. Against Kevin Gausman, not a lot of chances. He hasn't pitched that much. 28 innings, base stealers 2 out of 4. With Joseph continuing to throw them out at a 54% clip. A 1 delivery on the way to Holt, and that will miss outside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And Caleb Joseph has done a fine job back there. Let's see, even Nick Hundley has been hot offensively, swinging the bat well. Hit a big 2-run home run in last night's ball game. So, you know, even with the absence of Matt Wieters, both Hundley and Caleb Joseph doing a real good job kind of holding down the fort.
The overthrew that one, and it ends up bouncing off the plate. And the count will go to 2-1 on Holt. And we go the second time through the lineup for Kevin Gausman against the Red Sox. Holt hitting .321 out of the leadoff spot. Red Sox needed somebody to secure that spot. He's it. Good speed. 2-1 delivery to him, and a swing and a miss. A 96-mile-an-hour heater.
He's been working that fastball in the mid to high 90s.
Kevin, it's only his 11th career major league start. He's 23 years old. Has a 2-4 record on the road in his young career. Foul back.
He's really driving that fastball down when he wants to. He looks good. He's thrown that fastball basically 90% of the time. See the pitch track. Working it up and away. Tough to catch up to 96, 97. He's got that 2-seam movement on it as well.
2-2 delivery on the way to Holt. He gets it in the air towards the gap. Jones going. He's got it. On the fly, Adam Jones hauls it in. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. 1 left on base. We are scoreless at the end of 3. See, minor league report is brought to you by PNC Bank for the achiever in you. There's an appropriate name to talk about at Fenway.
Yeah, right. Mike Yastrzemski, of course, the grandson of the great Carl Yastrzemski, the former Red Sox great. And yesterday, he hit for the cycle, 5 for 6 on the day. Now, we talk about Nelson Cruz just coming up short. Well, Yastrzemski did it. 5 RBIs as well on that day, and a good season there in Frederick, 321 with a home run, 12 RBIs in just the 15 games. And Delmarva, he was raking. That's why he got the call up to high A. Wonder, did Carl Yastrzemski ever hit for the cycle? Well, he did. He certainly did, just one time. Of course, he won the Triple Crown back in 67, 65. He hit for the cycle.
Pitch will be taken outside for a ball, and Carl Yastrzemski, who has pretty much stayed off out of public view since retiring, has made appearances to see his grandson play. Pitch taken on the inside corner for a strike. Cruz leading it off, had a base hit his first time up. Orioles designated hitter, the retirement of number 8. Left fielder Carl Yastrzemski followed in the footsteps of Ted Williams. Foul back, and Cruz with a 1-ball 2-strike count. Nelson now 5 for 14 with a home run. Lifetime off Peavy. Cruz has now had 6 hits in his last 6 at bats with a 5 for 5, his first ever 5 for 5 ball game last night. Down to third, and that will roll foul.
Well, we've talked all year about Nelson Cruz and how impressive it is. He gets probably more backspin than any other player I've seen. He is direct to the baseball, and he kind of cuts that bottom part of the ball in half and gets so much more carry. Well, he drove the ball to right field.
That one he drives to left field, and it's a fair ball off the wall. He's going to try for 2. Here's the throw by Nava, and he is out. Daniel Nava. So for the second time in 2 games, Cruz is thrown out trying to extend a hit. Buck Showalter's on his way out because Cruz immediately looked into the dugout saying, I was safe.
Yeah, take a look at his right hand getting on that outside corner of the bag. Now Pedroia slaps the tag on, but Nelson Cruz sees his positioning. Boy, it looked like he might have got his hand in there.
Hunter Wendelstad is the second base umpire, and they are going to challenge it. So Buck Showalter.
Good slide by Nelson Cruz of trying to avoid that tag, and boy, it appears his hand is in there.
He was safe.
He was.
He was safe.
Good job. Now a base runner can recognize the positioning of an infielder where they're set up to make that tag, and Cruz recognizes it, goes to that back corner of the base. And after he gets his face out of the dirt, he stands up and says, hey, I got my hand in there.
So the manager challenge, outer save at second base. We go to New York for the replay. They're looking at the same thing you are. The fans are looking at it too, and they kind of went, ooh. Red Sox fans like, wait, he was safe. It looked like he got in around that tag. Everybody watching it on the big screen.
Yeah, Pedroia typically, though, on plays like this, he'll keep the glove on the base runner, knowing that, especially day games, that dirt gets a little quicker. They call him safe. Nice call.
So Cruz is going to pick up a double, and the challenge successful. And importantly, it's a leadoff double here in the 4th inning for Nelson Cruz. Take a look, just in from New York. Here are the totals so far this year. 309 of 651 calls have been overturned, 47%. The managers, 52% of the time when they challenge are getting them overturned. The umpires, when they go on their own, 23% overturned. So there's a big one for the Orioles in the scoreless game. Orioles pick up their 3rd hit, first extra base hit. Cruz is now 2 for 2 and 7 for his last 7. And Young, strikeout victim, will try and bring him home. And the pitch taken outside for a ball. Sometimes you get in a series and it seems as though things happen where one player becomes the focus on and off the field, and that's happened to Nelson Cruz here. With what he's done on the field and what's been set off that we talked about earlier. 1-0 count, and there's the pitch that Peavy used to strike Young out with the first time up.
Nelson Cruz has historically put up great numbers here at Fenway Park and against the Red Sox, and he has continued That offensive onslaught, 7 hits consecutively.
Delivery on the way to Young. Got one in on the handle. That'll hold the runner. Bogaerts looks and throw it into the dugout. And Bogaerts' defensive befuddlements continue. And the run will score. Nelson Cruz will score. Bogaerts committed an error yesterday that allowed 2 runs to score. He commits another error here, and it's a 1-0 Orioles lead.
Well, actually a pretty nice play just to glove this ball, but Nelson Cruz messes up his timing. You see him double check Cruz at second base as he hopped off there. There's one look and then back at it again, throws his timing off and yoinks away up into the stands. Very costly error once again by Bogaerts. Yesterday an error in the first game that led to 2 runs. This one leads to a run.
Where this Red Sox defense has been playing really poorly. Bunt, runner going to third. Peavy looks. He will make the play, and J.J. Hardy will pick up a sacrifice on that as he moves Young over to third base now with just 1 away. Back your birds during the second half. Major League savings on your Birdland Summer 6-pack. Tickets 26 of your choice. 20% off the cost of single game tickets. And you can pick your promotions and games. Just get details at Orioles.com/6-pack. So now the infield is going to be drawn in. Bogaerts, by the way, committing his 13th error of the year. The Orioles get a 1-0 lead on it, and Hardy gets the sacrifice. Machado will get the RBI chance. And he flied out to right his first time up. He'll take that one the other way foul.
Nice job by J.J. Hardy to get that sacrifice bunt down. Get Delmon Young over there at third base with just the 1 out. Look at a small ball. Really important to make some marks early. Get on top of a team. And the second run could prove very crucial in this game.
Manny hitting .276 with runners in scoring position. And the delivery by Jake Peavy will be inside. Well, it really has to be discouraging. I mean, the year's been hard enough for the Red Sox. His offense has tumbled from the first in about every category to about last in every category. And then to have your defense playing the way it is, very disheartening. And the Orioles will take it. They got the unearned runs in the game yesterday, and now they start this ball game out with the unearned run. For John Farrell, there's not much you can do. They're trying to break these kids in. They're the future of the Red Sox, and you hope they improve as the second half goes along. 2-ball, 1-strike delivery. Infield creeping in a little more. Ground ball knocked down. Runner stays. Good play by Peavy, who saves himself a run right there, and there are 2 down. Machado retired.
Peavy helping himself a pretty good pitch. Gets Machado to reach out over, but this ball might have found the outfield grass if he doesn't glove it. Pretty good play. Checks Young back, and easy throw to first.
Certainly would have scored a run even if the infielders had played it. Good base running at third by Delmon Young, who didn't get caught off. Now here's Flaherty, who flied out his first time up. Flaherty with 2 down on a runner at third, and Bogaerts is going to play on the grass at third base even with 2 away. He'll take the bunt away. Flaherty will take the pitch on the inside corner. Surprised at that defense?
A little bit. I think early, though, I know a lot of teams are trying to think ahead. Now, what would a player like Ryan Flaherty do? Try to get the ball in the hands of Bogaerts? You know, he's got the yips a little bit right now. A couple costly errors in the last 2 games. So maybe shortening up there obviously takes the bunt away. It gives Ryan Flaherty more room over there on that left side. Now they're going to slide Bogaerts back.
2 strike out on the check swing. Flaherty now with a 3-for-7 lifetime off Peavy with a home run. Orioles trying to get that second run in now with a 1-0 lead. Peavy out of the stretch. Young off third base. And Flaherty will go down swinging. Peavy gets his second strikeout. The Orioles get a run. It'll be unearned. 1 hit, an error, and 1 left on. Orioles up. Volkswagen, July 13, 1991. It was pitchers Bob Malacky, Mike Flanagan, Mark Williamson, Greg Olson. He completed the Orioles' 5th no-hitter in franchise history. They had a combined 4 walks, 5 strikeouts, 2-0 victory over the A's. It was the 2nd combined no-hitter in franchise history since Steve Barber and Stu Miller did it against the Tigers back in '67. Not bad, eh? July 13 of 91. Remember that, Mike?
Yeah, I do.
Good.
I do. I was part of that A's team.
Yes, you were.
Got no hit.
Yep.
I took my 0 for 2. Got out of there.
Fond memories, eh?
Right?
Yeah. Kevin Gausman, working here in the bottom of the 4th inning, has surrendered only 1 hit, a single by Bogaerts. And then Bogaerts turned the tables by committing that error that allowed the unearned run, which is now the only one in the ballgame. Here's Daniel Nava, number 2 hitter, grounded out his first time up. And will take the pitch low for a ball. For Nava this season, right-handed, only 31 at bats. He's gone 3 for 31. Left-handed, he's hitting .265. A couple of home runs. Pedroia and Ortiz to follow. Gausman's delivery, foul back.
Well, Kevin's done a nice job in this ball game. We talked earlier about him establishing his fastball. Well, he has indeed done that. First time through the order, through the over 90% of the time. So the hitter's aware of that. He's only thrown a couple split fingers and change-ups. He's yet to throw a curve or the slider that he throws.
1-1 delivery, and him waving at that one, and it goes to 1-2.
Here's the change.
Left-handers only .246, right-handers .277. And the limited at-bats, .260 overall average against Kevin Gausman at the major league level this year. 1-2 delivery on the way, and another one high heater, foul back.
Yeah, good pitch there. Caleb Joseph wanted that fastball away, and he gestured up in the zone. That's exactly where Kevin Gausman put it. Nava just getting enough of it to keep the at-bat alive.
1 ball, 2 strike count.
And really, even if he hits that pitch, it's going to be a pop-up. There's no way he can get on top of it enough to drive it out of the park.
Which is going to be inside, leaving the count up 2-2. Red Sox, even with the victory yesterday in Game 2 of the doubleheader, Game 1 rather, still have lost 10 of their last 15 ball games. And there's a strike outside corner knees, and Nava will argue about that one. There's strikeout number 4 for Kevin Gausman.
Nava just realizing that it's pretty hard to hit an aspirin tablet. This ball is dotted down and away, 97 miles an hour. Perfect pitch. Gausman to get the call. So there's no way I can hit that. It's going to be pretty tough.
That'll bring up Pedroia, grounded out his first time up. Ooh. After all those fastballs, he starts him out at 81 miles an hour.
There's the effect. Way out in front.
0-1 count, 1 down. It's one of the new rages in baseball. Effective velocity. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That'll go to third. That's a base hit. So Pedroia is on with a 1-out single here in the 4th inning. And the Red Sox pick up their second hit of the ball game. Take a look at our Twitter chatter. Gregor Chisholm talking about Encarnacion, MLB.com. The Toronto manager, Gibbons, when asked if Encarnacion's injury was serious, said, "I would think they're going to have the MRI on a quad that popped on Encarnacion during yesterday's game, and he had to come out. And that maybe today there'll be an official report on that." Encarnacion tied with Cruz for the league lead in RBIs and is 3rd in home runs.
Well, when he went down in a heap. He was trying to beat out an infield single And he crashed as soon as he hit the base, and he actually had to be carried off the field by two trainers, so it did not look good.
Orioles leading them by a game in the American League East. The Red Sox are only a half game out of the cellar. Half game ahead of Tampa Bay. Ortiz flied out his first time up, shift on in the infield, but pulled in with one out in order to keep the double play in order. Pedroia at first base. Ortiz got a hold of that one. That's deep near the monster. Looking up, it'll take a bounce halfway up. Big break by Pedroia. He's headed to third. He'll be stopped there. Really throw to second. Not quite in time. And Ortiz goes in with a Green Monster double, and Pedroia stopped at third base.
Well, it wasn't a terrible pitch. When you're pitching to one of the best DHs in the history of the game, it's down and away, good velocity, but look at how well Adam Jones plays the Green Monster. Just waiting for it perfectly. Has a shot at Ortiz at second base. Pretty close play there, but keeps runners at second and third. Real nice defense there by the Orioles outfield.
So for the first time in the game, the Red Sox get runners into scoring position. They were 4 for 13 with runners in scoring position in the ball game yesterday, and with only one away, the Orioles will stay back, surrender the run that would tie the game here in the fourth inning. Napoli, a strikeout victim, his first time up. Kevin Gausman's pitch will be there for a strike. Now the Red Sox with a chance to get on the board here in the bottom half of the fourth inning. Each team now with 3 hits. Napoli hitting a .182 with runners in scoring position. He's 12 for 66. And the breaking ball is going to miss down low.
Good try. Good take by Napoli. Didn't even flinch. Off-speed pitch.
No question, Napoli's got that great eye at the plate. That's why he picks up all of those walks and sees so many pitches. 1-1 delivery on the way to him. Napoli a swing and a miss. That was not what he was expecting in a 1-ball 2-strike count.
Well, it looked so good up in the zone. 85 miles an hour, a split finger, and it just bites down to the bottom of the zone. And you see it, that late fade at the end to get underneath that bat head. Beautiful pitch. Great located split finger there by Kevin Gausman.
Would like to get a strikeout right here with only one away. Delivery on the way, and he will. He waved at that, and that is strikeout number 5, and a key one here in the fourth inning.
99 miles an hour right there, up and away. Hit me if you can after a couple nasty off-speed pitches down in the zone. Challenges him up and gets Napoli for the second time this game.
Kevin has struck out as many as 6. He did that against Oakland. That is his career high in strikeouts. He's got 5 in this one, 2 in this inning. Now Drew, he is a strikeout victim, called out in his first time up. Pitches a strike on the outside corner.
What a great change up there. Great arm action.
He's got him guessing now, doesn't he?
Yeah, he really does. And they're thinking about that fastball, a little in between right now. Pick one or the other. So he's going to start mixing them up. And the way he's been able to locate the fastball, really not leaving any in the heart of the plate. Pedroia hit a tough pitch down and in. Ortiz had to go out and get a 98-mile-an-hour fastball down and away. So he's been able to elevate when he wants, drive it downhill, work the bottom of the zone.
Drew will stand out with a 1-ball 1-strike count. Pedroia the single, Ortiz the double. They are both in scoring position for Drew, who so far, since rejoining the team, is 2 for 12 with runners in scoring position. And again, he rears back, and we've seen Kevin Gausman do this in his starts. He's throwing you the 95, 96, and then when he needs to.
Yeah, he reaches in his back pocket and pulls out 99 miles an hour. Yeah, I was thinking about that Oakland A's start. He had a couple of tough jams and blew 2 of the best hitters away, Moss and Donaldson, with 99 mile an hour fastballs. That's what he got Napoli on, and Drew just saw one there.
That one will be up high. Another fastball. Count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kevin Gausman doing everything he can to make it all but impossible for the Orioles to shuffle him back and forth and find a place in this rotation. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down. Big moment in the ball game right here. And he got him. Kevin Gausman, 6 strikeouts, equaling his career high as he strikes the side out. And the Red Sox lead 2 in scoring position. To you by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you, by AT&T, mobilizing your world, and by Ocean City, Maryland. Put your vacation days to good use in Ocean City, Maryland. Book now at OCOcean.com. This beautiful day here in Boston. Orioles trying to win the series. They've got the 1-0 lead. Orioles are after their 13th series win of the year. They are 12-9-6 in series affairs. Nationals tomorrow night. First of 4 straight. First 2 in Washington. The next 2 at home at Camden Yards. Chris Tillman, Steven Strasburg tomorrow night. 6:30 O's extra, 7 o'clock for the ball game. Jake Peavy has a walk and 2 strikeouts so far in the game. Caleb Joseph leading it off for the Orioles. Here in the 5th inning, he flied out his first time up. Peavy has only 1 win, and that was not at home. Here at Fenway, he is 0-3, even though his ERA at home is a very good 3.81. He's not had much run support. Team has averaged 3 runs, second lowest rate, only behind Ubaldo Jimenez. And he's on it again. Base hit into left field as Joseph's bat coming alive here in this series. That's a leadoff single in the 5th inning. Their Hood blimp upstairs giving us the great shots. Aerial coverage of beautiful Boston and Fenway. Brought to you by Hood from their very own blimp. Always good, always Hood. The name associated with New England, milk and ice cream. Not necessarily in that order. Nick Markakis, a base hit. He's 1 for 2. Nick hitting .250 against the Red Sox on the year. Coming into this ball game. Bogarts is in at 3rd, and the pitch is in the dirt, scooped up by Ross, who may have gotten crossed up on that.
Pretty nice play, though. Sometimes catcher has to become an infielder and short hop that one like the line drive J.J. Hardy did earlier in the game. Nice little backhand pick. Possibly a cross up there in signs. And you see this ball spike down and in. Look at the pickup by Ross to make the play. Glove it clean, which is really hard with a catcher's mitt. Not a lot of room in that glove, padding all around it.
Mountain had a fairly lengthy discussion with Peavy as meetings at the mound go. Orioles up 1-0, an unearned run. A run on 4 hits for the Orioles, no runs, 3 hits and an error. on Boston that cost him the run in the 4th inning. Peavy's delivery, Markakis takes it. It's on the inside corner for a strike.
Well, Markakis definitely one of the tougher hitters in the game to defend, and you'll see teams play pretty much straight up. Well, here a great opportunity for Nick. We've seen him whistle some balls down that third base line, and it's wide open as Bogaerts trying to fill up the 5-6 hole. Of course, with Joseph on first base after that nice single, that big hole over there between first and second.
1 ball, 1 strike delivery on the way to him. Puts that one in the air. Bradley in center. He's got it. Takes it toward the first base, but Joseph will get back. 1 away and 1 on here in the 5th inning. For every Orioles walk, Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield contributes $50 supporting Be More for Healthy Babies. Orioles have 220 walks, a total of $11,000. Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield encourages each of us to take that first step towards a healthier and more active lifestyle. With 1 down, here is Steve Pearce. Pearce 0 for 2, facing Peavy for the first time in his career. And will take the pitch outside for a ball. Getting the start at first base. .327 average, 10 home runs, 30 RBIs. Who would have thought that we're talking about Steve Pearce in those terms, those kinds of numbers. Swing and a miss, good delivery as Peavy's decided that's the pitch to use against Pearce.
Yeah, big curveball right there, a real nice break, slows everything down. It's Pearce out in front. See the pitch track work that first pitch away, and then that breaking ball right down the middle of the plate, but took enough off to keep Pearce off balance.
Down to third, hit hard. Bogaerts able to knock it down. Will get the out. Throw to first, won't be in time. They will get the force out on Joseph at second base with Pedroia still trying to get two down.
That ball whistled down to Bogaerts at third base. He gets on him quickly, takes that extra hop and kind of clanks, but a good job staying with it. Nice bare hand pickup, and then on to Pedroia to get that force out. Pedroia will try to turn it with anybody. Runner on top of him, and he still lets it fly. You see him get his feet up quick. Pearce hustling down the line.
So the inning will stay alive with Pearce reaching on the fielder's choice, and that will bring up Adam Jones. Adam has drawn a walk, and he has flied out. Orioles looking for those home runs off Peavy. We talked about how he surrendered 17, tied for most by an American League pitcher. 9 of them have been hit here in this ballpark, 9 of the 17.
Well, there have been a couple passes that could potentially have been home runs. Nelson Cruz, of course, hit that line drive that just added another dent into the green monster right down the left field line. Steve Pearce in his first at bat just missed one, the high towering fly ball. So there are some pitches that the Orioles hitters have missed that have been up in the zone.
Ooh, that one off Ross. He felt that one. When the Orioles win, everyone wins, and all season long, when the Orioles win and score 5 or more runs, you get 50% off regular menu price online orders at papajohns.com by entering promo code Orioles5. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, valid at participating Baltimore area Papa John's.
Ooh, right up off the collarbone there. Fastball away. Adam Jones putting a good cut on it. Just gets it over the glove and catches him right up on the collarbone. He waves off manager John Farrell and the trainer.
Orioles got 7 runs in the ball game last night. Need a pizza today? John's. And again, the throw over, and Pearce not very far off the bag. He does have 4 stolen bases, 4 for 4. Against Peavy, base stealers are 6 out of 9. Ross has only thrown out 5 of 22. Jones waiting on it, and the pitch will be away. And another breaking ball outside to him. 1 ball, 1 strike on Adam.
One thing about Steve Pearce, yeah, he'll pick his times to try to steal a base, but he's been aggressive on the bases, probably more so than any other Oriole on the bases. There haven't been a lot that have been thrown behind, and Steve Pearce in his playing opportunities, you've seen a catcher come up because he extends his secondary lead, really gets out there, tries to advance extra bases. I've seen catchers throw behind him at second base and even at first base. In yesterday's ball game, they had an attempt down there on Pierce. So he's been aggressive with his secondaries, and he will, if you're not paying attention, try to steal it back.
Adam Jones refusing to cooperate with Peavy, who wants him to bite in those pitches away. Got his 11th walk of the year in the first inning. Got one to hit and hits it. Base hit into left field. Pierce will make the turn and stay as Nava fields it and will get it back in. So the Orioles with runners on at first and second base now with 2 down here in the 5th, leading by a score of 1-0. They get their 5th hit of the ball game.
Nice patience right there by Adam Jones.
And who but Cruz?
Yeah, a big time situation here.
So after the 5 for 5 in the game last night, he's 2 for 2 in this one. 7 for his last 7. He's had a double and a single. He got the double in the 4th inning on a challenge. He'd been called out at second base. But Showalter came out, manager's challenge, and the out was overruled. And now Peavy asking for a timeout here. Last night, Cruz sizzling.
Boy, he was sizzling, driving the ball to right field and getting on an inside fastball. Just peppering that sign up over the monster. That was his attempt right there at the cycle. Just by a hair gets thrown out. Quite a ball game, though.
His first 5-hit game and the last Oriole to have a 5-hit game in 9 innings was Nick Markakis back in 2011 in Atlanta. In between, J.J. Hardy had a 5-hit game, but it was a 17-inning ball game. The 17-inning game played here at Fenway in 2012. Cruz will take that one in the air. Broken bat into the gap, and it will be hauled in by Nava. So Cruz is finally retired, and so are the Orioles. No runs, couple hits, no errors. 2 are left on base.
Fenway Park, Kevin Gausman is on his game today. Fastball been working, got Napoli down in the zone here, locking up Drew with the fastball inside. Jack Bradley Jr., he chases the heat up and away. He gets Nava going down, then he's in a little bit of a jam. How about 99 to get Napoli and 97 to finish off Drew and get out of that 4th inning. What a performance here from Kevin Gausman. 4 innings pitched, just the 3 hits allowed, nothing on the board for runs, 6 Ks. Jake Peavy doing a fine job as well. That 1 run, it's unearned. An error by Bogaerts at third base. So pretty good pitcher's duel this afternoon. Gausman back out on the hill. Boy, he has not lost anything on his velocity. We talked about that last inning. He hit 99 a couple times when the pressure was on. So he is really showing his stuff. Remember, Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
So hanging on to a 1-0 lead off that unearned run here at Fenway. Sellout crowd yesterday at 35,600 plus for both games, and it looks like it'll be the same here in this 4th of July weekend. Big crowds on hand, the city full of tourists, while the locals have gone to the Cape. And leading it off, it'll be David Ross. Ross, Bradley, and Bogaerts bottom third. Ross popped out his first time up, and that one will not be playable into the seats. 12-year veteran. Ross doing the catching. He's won a World Series championship in college with Auburn University, where he played for the Tigers, and had a college World Series championship back in '97 for the Auburn Tigers. Here's the 0-1 delivery on the way, and the pitch will be taken down low for a ball. Ross, the veteran, trying to fill that spot behind the plate for the Red Sox. Coming over last year, appeared in 36 games. He came from Atlanta. A lifetime .237 major league hitter, and Gausman working a little too fast for him. He asked for the timeout.
Well, one thing that the Red Sox have is a nice group of veteran players that have had the success and been through the postseason and experienced that pressure type of baseball. It's an off-speed pitch there from Kevin Gausman, but unfortunately they've had to rely on so many young players to try to fill the void this year. And there have been some struggling. Jackie Bradley Jr. on center field has had to go back down to the minor leagues. Bogaerts has been in that slump, and we've seen him defensively here struggling a little bit in this series.
Buries that one and gets him. That is strikeout number 7 and a new career high for Kevin Gausman in strikeouts here in his 6th start of the year.
It's been impressive. His fastball has been live and dominant here. 97. Look at it just dart down and in. Looking for the off speed, a little bit in between, so he's got a good mix right now. And even when they're sitting on a fastball like Ross was the first pitch, they couldn't get the head out to it.
One down, and the lefty will foul it back. Bradley, a strikeout victim himself, one away here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Bogaerts will be waiting on deck. Keep in mind, we told you earlier, Kevin Gausman against the Red Sox here at Fenway had 2 appearances last September, where he struck out 5 combined in 3 innings, in which he retired all 9 batters that he faced. So in Buck Showalter's little notebook, Kevin Gausman is going to be penciled in to pitch as many games at Fenway as possible.
You got it. Oh yeah.
We've mentioned so often how Buck believes seriously in that. How a player performs in a given yard against a given team are priorities for Buck Showalter when he sets a lineup and when he sets a pitching rotation. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Bradley Jr. will stand out. Kevin Gausman also working at a very quick pace. You see these Red Sox hitters trying to slow him down, stepping out after almost every pitch. And that'll be foul back. Stays at 1 and 2.
By the time Kevin Gausman through those 3 perfect innings, that's when he was getting some experience in the bullpen. And I think when Kevin Gausman looks back on his career, and I think he, and like so many others, thinks it's going to be a long, productive one, he'll think about those times that he spent in the bullpen. I think he learned so much about what it really takes to pitch. You know, he has a great fastball. He learned how to use it out there. He was aggressive with it, working down in the zone. And now with the tutelage of pitching coach Dave Wallace, you saw right there, he's really starting to come into his own. I mean, the starts that he's had here this season with the Orioles have all been good. He's had a couple quality starts. Just that one little blemish there in Tampa, but here it looks like he wants to stay. He doesn't want to go back down there and work that circuit in the minor leagues again.
And deservedly should stay, but it has been a numbers game, as we said before, for Kevin Gausman. 1 ball, 2 strike count, and 1 down. Delivery on the way, and that one fouled off. Pretty good battle right here. 83 miles an hour, and Bradley was way out in front of it, but somehow able to foul that right off the end of the bat. He's fouled off 3 pretty good pitches here. 2 fastballs and a changeup, and the count goes to 1 and 2. It'll be the 8th pitch of this at bat. 1-2 delivery on the way, and he'll take it outside. He delivered the first hit against Gausman, who had retired the first 8 faced, and then got the single in the 3rd inning in his first at bat, breaking an 0 for 27 at the plate. Bogaerts waiting on the 2-2. 97 at the belt. 3-ball, 2-strike count. Gausman up to 82 pitches thrown.
See that pitch track all over the place. Down in the zone, an outside corner, up in the zone, but nothing in the heart of the plate.
3-2, another foul ball. Bradley doing battle here, fighting off these tough pitches. Bradley has drawn 24 walks, struck out 80 times on the year now. Batting at just .213. 3-2 delivery, and he'll win that battle with a walk. That's the first surrendered by the Orioles starter. 1 down, 1 on. Take a look at our Antwerpen quote of the day from Buck Showalter on the ball club. They hold themselves to high standards, and they know they've got another challenge tomorrow. You have to earn everything up here. That's why there are no Cinderellas in baseball. We play too many games, and the schedule is crazy at times. Takes a lot of discipline on and off the field to do this. Our Antwerpen quote: visit their new Route 32 Clarksville facility all month long. They'll beat any competing offer on your trade-in. Hurry in today. Runner at first, and the pitch will be taken up for a ball. Bogaerts a base hit. This is the single he picked up in the 3rd inning to break that 0 for 27 that he had, and now with a runner at first base trying to get him around.
Buck Showalter talking about the high standards that have been set. Well, he's mainly responsible for that. He and his coaching staff, but I think more so the veterans on this team. I look around, and I think so many players. There are some great young players, obviously Machado and Scope, Flaherty. They can look around and look at Adam Jones, Nick Markakis, and J.J. Hardy, the way they go about their business. They're everyday players. Every day they do it the right way, you know, and they bring their A game as far as preparation. So that's the standard that has been set. And I think it's a great combination of everybody involved. Buck Showalter, the coaching staff, and the veteran players that have led by example and really raised the bar.
Bradley over there at first base is 5 for 5 and stealing bases. These teams are last and next to last in the American League in stolen bases this season. Orioles the fewest, Red Sox second fewest. Runner not going, and a breaking ball that'll be taken outside. Bogaerts, and the count will go to 2-1. Top of the order, Holt waiting on deck. All pitching mattering in this game, with only a 1-run lead for the Orioles in the 5th.
One of the rare breaking balls that Gausman has thrown. And a lot of times it doesn't have to be that nasty, that devastating strikeout type slider. With the fastball that he's holding today, you just throw it for a strike, and just the change of speeds and maybe that late bite down and away, even if it's on the plate in the zone, can get a hitter to have a weak swing on it.
2 balls, 1 strike. Bogaerts, the infield to double play depth. Runner goes, and the pitch is going to be fouled back. So Bogaerts got a fastball that he tried to drive with Bradley on the fly. Bradley will come back in a 2-2 count.
Yeah, a little hit and run action. You see Bogaerts really trying to get on top of that baseball. Fouled it straight back there. Put something in motion. Bradley Jr. with the good speed there at first base. Get the infield to move around a little bit. Create some holes for Bogaerts. We talked about him kind of breaking out of his slump with that base hit in the 3rd inning. Well, ride him while he's going and feeling good. Try to build that confidence up.
2-2 the count. Runner not going here, and a check swing ground ball played by Kevin Gausman. 1 relay Hardy, and they get the double play. Orioles turn 2 on a jam shot that Bogaerts really accidentally grounded back to the mound, and Kevin Gausman continues to shine, getting the outs that he needs, and the Orioles continue this ball game with a 1-0 lead.
Some miscues by the Red Sox defense. Well, Bogaerts here, runners at second and third. Both runs will score. This Red Sox defense has been shoddy, 6 errors, but Bogaerts has been responsible for 3 of the unearned runs here. The runner at second base gets the ground ball and fires it up in the stands, and Nelson Cruz able to walk home. The youngster at third base having some defensive problems. 6 errors for the Red Sox defense in this series.
Bogaerts only 21 years old. He won't turn 22 until October. He out of Aruba. He's played 4+ years in the minors, a little under 400 games in the minors, and that hit him. So Delmon Young is on as Peavy will hit his 3rd batter of the year. Young on the first pitch.
Yeah, like a little slider just backed up, lost command of it there at the top of the release point. Catches Young in the back of the tricep. His triceps are about as big as a guy's leg, so I don't think it bothered him very much.
4 to 6 innings. The Orioles have had the leadoff man on against Peavy, who's been very good, retiring 72% of leadoff batters on the year. The Orioles trying to add to this 1-0 lead. Here's Hardy, a sacrifice, and he is flied out. And the pitch will be taken for a strike. Peavy now up to the 81 pitches thrown as we play here in the top half of the 6th inning. 1-5-0 for the Orioles, 0-3-1 for the Red Sox. Hardy's had 1 hit, 10 at bats in this 3-game set. Peavy's pitch to him, and that one will be fouled off, and Ross put that one off the protector and back. And a 2-strikeout on J.J. Hardy.
Well, Peavy hasn't really made a lot of mistakes in this ball game. There have been some elevated ones that appeared that some Orioles hitters just missed, driving him out of the park. But he's been able to work the edges pretty well, get himself out of some jams.
Used to these kind of games, as we mentioned, not a lot of run support for him, and a look down to first base, diving back in as Young on a pitch up and into Hardy. Ross has got a strong arm, even though he's not been that effective in throwing out base stealers. How much of that is the fault of the pitchers? You don't know unless you see them work every day as to how they hold runners on. Peavy's been very cognizant of base runners in the start, throwing over a number of times. Hardy a swing and a miss on that one. Throttle back to 79.
Yeah, the breaking ball. So we saw 3 different pitches here, and that's what his game plan is. Mix it up, change locations, and you saw the bite at the end. Pretty good finish on another breaking ball for the put away pitch.
That'll bring up Manny Machado with 1 down. Manny with an 0 for 2 in the ball game, looking for his first hit off Peavy. He's 0 for 10 against the Red Sox starter.
Manny makes some nice plays in last night's ball game. Some nice barehanded plays on some bunt attempts, and really showing why he deserved that platinum glove last year. His game has really come around. A slow start at the beginning when he came off the disabled list, but here the past few weeks his bat's come alive. He's really driving the ball better, and defensively he's as comfortable as we've seen him, almost like falling back into that slot last year where he was just as proficient as anybody. I mean, dynamic type plays, showing off his strong arm, looking relaxed and moving well.
Young with the lead at first base, not going anywhere. Machado fouls it back. During the 5-game suspension, Manny worked every day, both taking ground balls and batting in the cage. He could not work out with the team, but he could take practice by himself, which he did on the regular basis for those days, because that's a long time off. When you're out 5 days, you really do have to do some work on your own in order to stay as game ready as possible. 1 ball, 1 strike delivery by Peavy down low. Ross with the arm, not in time at first base. Young again diving back in.
That's good to see. I mean, I mentioned Steve Pearce, so here's Delmon Young bouncing off there, and kind of gets stagnant out there, so Ross wants to take an attempt. He kind of holds his ground, and then he's able to hustle back in safely. But it's good to be more aggressive. Put some pressure on the defense. Make a catcher throw behind you once or twice in a ball game.
And he would like to celebrate his birthday with a little extra base hit and an RBI right here. 2 ball, 1 strike count. And that ball is going to be towards center, hit hard. Young will go to second base. Throw in by Bradley Jr. And the Orioles here in the 6th inning have runners on at first and second and only one away.
That's a nice piece of hitting right there. Take a look at the bat head to the baseball and just driven up over Pedroia's head. Bradley Jr. really over aggressive on this play. I mean, he thinks he might have a shot at Delmon Young, but if that ball gets by him, it's hit so hard it's going to get out to the 420 spot.
He's got a little mustard in his game.
He does.
Now Ross is going to be looked at here by the trainer and manager John Farrell. Perhaps on that last foul ball that caught him, he'd waved him off when he took a foul ball off the mask or the chest. He's had a couple today that have been hard off his equipment. Brzezinski not playing in the ball game today, but ready to go in the dugout if needed.
He is ready. Chest protector on and everything.
So Ross will stay in, and the Orioles will try and tack up a run here. 2 on and 1 down. Flaherty has gone 0 for 2. He's flied out and struck out. 1 for 7. Runners in scoring position today for the Orioles. It's 4 for 25 in the series, and that'll be fouled off. Very tight ball game here that's got a long way to go in it. The Orioles as a team hitting .266 now in these situations. That's still good enough for 3rd place. Red Sox are now next to last. They're 14th at .231 with runners in scoring position. Houston last. Will be hit up in the air and into the seats. Souvenir down the side, and Flaherty behind on the count. 2 strikes.
Flaherty wanted that one. The fastball elevated in the zone. He just got the head out of it a little too quickly, hooking it up into the stands. He's just got to settle in and try to be patient. He really doesn't have anything to blow it by Ryan Flaherty. Flaherty certainly enough bat speed, loves the fastball, but he's got to be patient, settle in, and trust his hands so he can use the whole field. Peavy, so many different pitches in his repertoire. You know, he's going to try to work the perimeters, get him to chase, expand the zone a little bit. Ryan's just got to trust himself, trust his hands in a strike zone, and use the whole field.
Flaherty has those numbers here at Fenway that get him in the lineup under the Buck Showalter belief in ballpark hitting. Flaherty's .313 lifetime in this ballpark. 0-2 count, 2 on, 1 down. And Flaherty down the line, and it is a foul ball and may have broken the bat. Sounded like it anyway, and he'll get a new one. New York Times had an interesting story, speaking of broken bats. How's that for a segue? Times today about there are 38 companies now approved to manufacture bats for major league players. You have to be approved by MLB, which really means you got to have a major league player who wants a bat you make. 15 of those 38 companies have been started within the last 10 years, and 6 have come into existence since 2010. Used to be there were only a couple of bat companies around. Now there are 38. And the pitch outside, primary reason given was that players are constantly looking for better wood. And if they find a bat that feels good, looks good, that they like, even if it comes from a small manufacturer, they will go after that bat and use it. And you got players like Nick Markakis who love to try out different bats. The delivery on the way, and that's going to miss inside. Good eye by Flaherty. 2-ball, 2-strike count.
Peavy trying to bring that 2-seamer back on the inside corner, but fortunately for Flaherty, it was up a little bit under the armpits. You see the 5th pitch there, up and in.
On at second base, Young hit by a pitch. Machado at first with a base hit. Here's the 2-2 delivery, and Flaherty will take it. 3-2. Good stop by Ross. All right, sports fans, you be the managers. It's 1-0. Orioles lead, 6th inning. 3-2 count, 1 down, 2 on. Do you send your runners?
Well, if I'm the manager, I don't.
I agree. You really don't want to strike them out, throw them out, double play here.
and it hit for a line drive, to get out of the inning. So Alvin Young's in scoring position.
Here's the 3-2. Runners are not going, and another foul ball. Close but not quite on a couple by Flaherty here in this at bat against Peavy. Count stays 3-2. Young goes back. Machado back to first.
Flaherty's doing a nice job really working this at bat here. There have been some tough pitches and he's fouled them off.
Peavy's pitch count is now up to 95. Three, two, one out. Flaherty will take it and he loads him up. Only the second walk surrendered by Peavy, so a hit bat or a single and a walk will load him for the Orioles here in the 6th inning.
What a great at bat right there by Ryan Flaherty. He did settle in. I mean, he wasn't over anxious. He was trying to let that ball come to him, and throughout that whole at bat, Peavy was changing speeds and different types of pitches. Did a good job to draw that base on balls.
Aiden Opp in the bullpen. First action we've had in either bullpen today. So now Ryan Flaherty will go to first base, and Caleb Joseph up. He's had a single and flied out, bases loaded. Second time in the ball game the Orioles have loaded him up. They did it in the first inning with one away. Then Young struck out and Hardy flied out, and Peavy got out of the inning. Now they'll try it again here in the 6th. Out of the stretch in the delivery, and that's going to be outside for a ball. And that one was in the dirt.
Peavy's goal here, you saw him trying to hit that spot down and away, either down and away or down and in to induce a ground ball. He'd like a chopper to third base to try to get the double play and get himself out of this inning. Caleb Joseph, he's got to stick with his game plan. Look up and out over, something that he can drive. Sac fly would be great. Certainly hunt a gap to pick up a couple more runs, but don't chase Peavy's pitch here.
Joseph will stand back in. He's 0 for 3 with the bases loaded this year, so looking for his first major league bases loaded hit. 1-0 count. And you see Peavy wants the signs again. Runners get their lead straight up in the infield. And that pitch is going to be a strike at the knees on the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike.
It's okay. You don't have to be in a rush here in this type of situation. Wait it out.
Both pitchers, this has been the kind of day where it's not just the pitch count, but these are tough pitches that have been thrown on both sides in a 1-0 ball game. Another one tried to get him to go after it. He would not. And it goes to 2-1 on Caleb Joseph.
Yeah, tough pitch there. Good change up or split finger down and away. Caleb not biting on it. Keeping his focus up.
Young the lead at third. Machado off second. Flaherty off first. Another one outside. That one not even close. And the count goes to 3-1 with no place to put him.
Nice job working this at bat. Now stick with the game plan. Pick your spot up and out over. Be ready for it. Don't miss it. Peavy's got to come to him here.
3-1 delivery on the way. Joseph will foul it back on the 90-mile-an-hour fastball. So they've extended it as far as you can go. 3-2, 1 down. Young getting off third. Machado at second. Flaherty, the first baseman Napoli playing in front of him, so he walks right behind him with his lead. 3-2, 1 out. Infield double play depth. Joseph will put it up in the air. That's going to go near the warning track. Tagging up is Young. Nava's got it. Here's the tag. Throw will come in the third. A sacrifice fly and an RBI. And the Orioles have a 2-0 lead. Joseph with a quality at bat to get that run in and didn't miss the long ball by much.
It sure was. I mean, pretty nice round here for the Orioles offense. Nice at bat by Machado. The base hit up the middle. Flaherty drawing a big base on balls, and Caleb Joseph, what a quality at bat there to get that sacrifice fly and a big second run for the Orioles.
12th RBI of the season for the Oriole catcher. So now runners remain at first and second base with Nava making that throw into third. no chance to move up for Manny Machado, who's at second, and that'll bring up Nick Markakis. Markakis is single. He is 1 for 3 in the ball game today. The 2 down, runners will go on contact, and the pitch, throw down Ross to second. Wrong side of the bag. Handled by Drew, and back in was Manny Machado. Talked about the great job Nick has done in the leadoff spot for the Orioles. Really none better when you look at most hits by the number 1 hitter.
Yeah, well, Buck Showalter put him in there number 1. I mean, Nick Markakis has been a great hitter his whole career, but take a look. As the number 1 hitter in the lineup, Markakis leading the way with 98 hits. Tops in all of Major League Baseball.
That'll be taken outside, and a 2-0 count. Peavy has worked behind the hitters here in this 6th inning. And the bullpen's going to stay active for the Red Sox as he's up to 104 pitches thrown in the ball game. And that's about where they've stopped him. He's gone up to 117 3 starts ago. 2-0 the count. Delivery on the way, and that ground ball will go to second base. Pedroia's got it. Will make the play over to first to retire the side. So a run added. Orioles do it on just 1 hit. RBI by Joseph, and the O's have a 2-0 lead. Miller Time brought to you by Miller Lite. For Kevin Gausman today, a career high 7 strikeouts and an important one against Drew in the 4th inning. And there were 2 in scoring position. He struck out Drew to end it. He had struck out Napoli for the 2nd out, and he'd got Nava that inning for the 1st out, striking the side out. Along with a single and a double. Pedroia had a single, Ortiz the double to give the Red Sox a scoring chance, their first of the ball game, and Kevin Gausman rose to the occasion. So 2-0 as we go to the bottom of the 6th and the rubber match of this 3-game set. And Kevin Gausman will work here with 89 pitches thrown so far in the game, facing the top of the order. Brock Holt, Daniel Nava, Dustin Pedroia. Holt has gone 0 for 2 in the game, 2 for 10 in the 3-game series. Again, Manny Machado off just the cut of the grass at 3rd, and the pitch taken away for a ball.
You definitely have to honor the bunt here in this situation. All the Red Sox need to do is get 1 man on, a little pressure on. They do have some home run potential, even though their power numbers are down dramatically this year.
1-0 delivery on the way. That'll be inside. Holt won the Eastern League batting title back in 2012. He hit .322 at Double-A ball. Last year was with Triple-A Pawtucket, first year in the Red Sox organization. He played in just 26 games with the big club last year on 3 separate occasions. And now anchoring an outfield spot in right, Shane Victorino, of course, on the DL for the Red Sox. So Holtz getting an opportunity. Victorino having that hamstring problem. Middlebrooks fractured right index finger. He's on the comeback trail. Mike Carp, right foot with a broken bone in it. He's trying to get back. Pitch is there for a strike. Well, the Red Sox have had their share of DL problems this year, but still hard to believe the overall drop in numbers John Farrell's ball club has had offensively. And Kevin Gausman, I think, has a tank that's getting close to empty. At last inning, he struggled a little bit, trying to find the strike zone for the first time, giving up a walk, and now he walks the leadoff batter here in the 6th inning.
Yeah, well, Kevin Gausman has really been holding on to some great velocity there. That at bat against Holt, there were some fastballs 92 miles an hour, so maybe he was just trying to guide it in there instead of letting it fly like he had been up to this point. The importance of trying to keep guys off base. Sometimes when you think about it too much, your natural ability doesn't take over.
Now Nava coming up, and he will take the pitch for a ball. Well, Daniel Nava, 17 walks and 36 strikeouts for him, and 0 for 2 in the ball game. And the Red Sox third in walks, despite all their offensive problems. They've maintained that on base percentage because of walks, but not able to get people around. Gausman's delivery to him is a strike on the outside corner, taking all the way is Nava. Well, the Red Sox trying to work Kevin Gausman here in the 6th inning to throw a lot of pitches, and the Orioles will have some folks moving around in the bullpen. 1 ball, 1 strike count.
The Red Sox are very good at drawing their base on balls, working a pitcher. One of the tops at seeing the most pitches per at bat.
Nava waiting on it. Fouls it back upstairs. Did not get around. And Kevin Gausman will get ahead of him with ball and 2 strikes. Part of that pitch count, of course, for Kevin today has been the career high 7 strikeouts. That'll put your pitch count up in a hurry. There is McFarland in the bullpen for the Orioles.
And strikeout pitchers generally end up throwing a lot of pitches. We saw that in last night's game with Lackey. 11 strikeouts. His pitch count got up in a hurry.
And that ball grounded to second base. Got a chance here for 2. There's 1. The relay, and not in time. Ball not hit hard enough. They get Holt at second base, and a fielder's choice for Nava.
Yeah, just a little chopper there. Ryan Flaherty, instead of being aggressive coming up and getting that short hop, he waits back, and when the ball gets in on his midsection, a little hang up there cost the double play to be turned. Nava hustling down that line.
So 1 away, and that'll bring up Pedroia. Pedroia's had a base hit, 1 for 2 in the ball game. Pedroia against the Orioles in the year, .362 batting average this season. A lifetime .326 hitter against the O's. And he's taking, and the pitch will be inside for a ball. So our story on SB Nation regarding Pedroia and how the power numbers are down, and it's primarily about the doubles being hit the other way. He is not showing the power either last year or this year that he had in previous seasons to right field and right center. That's taken, and that will miss. 2 years ago, 31% of the doubles were hit to left field. Now it's up to 57% to left field over the last 2 seasons. He can pull the ball still and get the extra base hits, but the power numbers the other way have diminished significantly. 2-0 count. These hitters are just coming up intending not to swing at Kevin Gausman during this inning, and the count goes to 3-0.
Yeah, it's not that Kevin hasn't been around the strike zone this whole ball game. They just want him to work and get that pitch count up and get him out of here. They want to take their shot at this Orioles bullpen, even though the Orioles bullpen has been outstanding, really one of the best in the game.
Pedroia waiting on a 3-0, runner off first. He steps out. He wasn't even going to look.
Yeah, it seems like he's done the same on every pitch. All 4 pitches he's seen, he's kind of leaned back and said, I'm not going to swing. Go ahead, keep throwing pitches.
waiting for that strike to be thrown. Now it has been, and the count goes to 3-1. Pedroia, a couple of hits in 7 at-bats, lifetime off Gausman. Nava, the runner at first base, replacing Holt, who had drawn the walk. And a strike in the outside corner as Pedroia will nonchalantly come back.
Pedroia certainly didn't like it, but it was a real good pitcher's pitch. Let's take a look here on the pitch track, and it's all over the box. A great location. 94 miles an hour. You see across the top of the knees.
So Kevin Gausman comes back on Pedroia to take it full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. See if Nava takes off at first base. With 1 down, he does. And that ball up the middle, that's going to be a base hit. Nava running will head over to third, and Pedroia, after working the count, gets a single. And the Red Sox cover the corners here with 1 away.
Well, Pedroia works the count at 3-2 and finally gets a pitch he can handle, driving it back up the middle. Nava was on his way, so he's easily cruising into third base. And saw Ryan Flaherty kind of shaking his head out there. He wanted that double play as he kind of reevaluated it.
And that will be it for Kevin Gausman. So Gausman coming out of the ball game, just running out of gas here in the last inning, and especially in this one. And that'll go to McFarland, who will come on to face Ortiz to get the lefty against lefty. But Kevin Gausman again with a performance worthy of staying in a rotation. We'll see what happens for him, including what happens in this ball game.
Kevin, 5 1/3 innings of work with the 4 hits given up. Career high 7 strikeouts, couple walks, no runs, but he is responsible for the runners at first and third. Look at the Jiffy Lube pitching change. Remember, the pitching change should be quick, just like Jiffy Lube's signature oil change. At Jiffy Lube, they get you in and out fast, and you never need an appointment. It's TJ McFarland in out of the bullpen. He's been in 16 games, a 1-2 record, 309 earned run average, 18 strikeouts, 8 base on balls, giving up the 38 hits and 32 innings of work. But he is one of the most versatile arms that Buck Showalter has. Spot start, and in lefty-lefty matchups like here, opponents hitting 302, lefties at 283, and his job is try to get David Ortiz and hopefully get him into double play ball, ground ball to get out of this little jam with runners at first and third.
Ortiz a 1 for 3, lifetime off McFarland. McFarland taking the loss in game 1 yesterday. The only time he's appeared against the Red Sox. He gave up that run on 2 hits in the 3rd of an inning in the bottom of the 9th. Jonathan Herrera getting that walk-off base hit. So here we be in the 6th inning of a 2-0 ball game. The Orioles up, and another big moment. Shift is on, but at double play depth, Ortiz a double, and he is flied out. And he'll go after the first pitch, trying to get a 3 RBI shot right there.
He was letting it fly. A nice little 2-seam fastball. Just enough late movement under the hands of Ortiz to get the swing and miss.
Started the inning out with a walk to Holt. Fielder's choice Nava. He's moved over to third. Pedroia the base hit. He's on at first base. Here's the 0-1 delivery, and that ball to second. That's going to be a base hit. It'll score Nava. Markakis will hold the runner, and Ortiz picks up the RBI single to make it a 2-1 ball game. He tore into that one.
Yeah, he did. This ball is blistered. Ryan Flaherty making a good attempt, but it's almost by him on the dive. Just a step half dive, and it's already out in the outfield grass. Able to score. Now runners at first and second.
54th RBI of the season for Ortiz. Now Napoli with runners on at first and second base. Napoli with a 1-for-1 against McFarland. Pedroia now the lead runner, and Ortiz at first. So Pedroia and Ortiz having a day. Both are 2-for-3 in the ball game. Outfield playing him to pull. Infield rather playing him to pull. Pitch taken outside for a ball. Napoli a couple of strikeouts, and Kevin Gausman was on the mound. Gets a chance to tie the ball game up here while McFarland wants that ground ball to get out of the inning.
Well, McFarland certainly has that ability. He's got a nice two-seam fastball that's got some fade down in the zone, like that one right there, and a good changeup to back it up with. So sweep the slider down and into the righty.
Napoli's a .305 hitter against left-handers. 55 points better than he is against righties. Napoli has not had a hit in the series, going 0 for 8 so far. The outfield is very deep. Delman Young in left field is one step off the warning track in front of the wall. Here's the 1-1 delivery on the way. Ground ball down to third. Manny Machado. There's one. Relay Flaherty. And there's the double play McFarland was looking for. So a run in on a couple of hits. No errors. The base runner left on. And the Orioles maintain the lead. Now 2-1. Special recognition to all our service members at home and abroad. For the July weekend continuing, and a beautiful day on this Sunday here at Fenway. 2-1 ball game, and Burke Badenhop's come on for Peavy.
Yeah, he's done a nice job this year as well. 39 games at 2.03 earned run average, 26 punch outs, the 10 base on balls. The opponent's hitting .287, lefties at .242, righties way up to .314. Three-pitch pitcher primarily, though, against the righties. You'll see fastball and slider. Fastball two-seamer, 86 to 91. Pretty good sync with that. And that slider is a sweeping type slider. Also has a changeup, and he'll throw that to the lefties.
Badenhop appeared in the game last night. Allowed 2 runs, 3 hits. Did not retire a batter. 2 inherited runners scored. The runs that were charged to John Lackey, the starter, in that one. Against the Orioles this year, Badenhop has appeared in 4 previous games. Orioles have hit him up for 3 runs on 7 hits in 6 2/3 innings this year. So the final line, Kevin Gausman gives up a run on 6 hits over 5 1/3. He walked 2 and struck out 7. And Peavy gave up the 2 runs, only 1 earned on 6 hits. He had a couple of walks and 3 strikeouts. Both starters still the pitchers of record. Pierce against Badenhop will take the pitch outside for a ball. Steve at .325 right now with the 10 home runs. 0 for 3 in this game, 2 for 12 in the series. And another 1-run game. Something the Red Sox have played more of than anybody else this season. They have played an American League high 33 1-run games. And they have gone 15 and 18 in those ball games in the majors. Only the Pirates at 36 and Miami at 34 have played more 1-run games. 2 ball, 2 strike delivery by Badenhop. Pierce leans, looks, and lets it go.
Yeah, that's something certainly that's going to be evaluated after the All-Star break, and how they're going to be able to change that around, because they're in so many games and they could really make a difference. And I think just the power shortage from this Red Sox lineup has a lot to do with that.
Down to third, a big hop, long throw of Bogaerts, and it's going to get by and go off the facade of the stands, and that should be, one would think, a base hit for Steve Pierce. In our Major League Notebook, oh, what a day it was yesterday. Nelson Cruz joining the likes of Ty Cobb and Jimmy Fox, and in fact only those 2, as the only visiting players at Fenway with 5 hits, a home run, and a stolen base in the same game. Felix Hernandez, King Felix, 10 straight starts with at least 7 innings pitched and 2 or fewer runs allowed. He continues to be absolutely phenomenal. And Gio Gonzalez, 29 straight scoreless innings against the Cubs, part of the 13-0 victory that the Nationals had over the Cubs yesterday. Look at Felix Hernandez with those innings without more than 2 runs scored. It's the longest such streak in a year since 1986, when Mike Scott, pitching with Houston, went 12 straight starts in which he went at least 7 innings and allowed 2 or fewer runs. Pitch will be taken inside by Adam Jones. A base hit for Adam, 1 for 2 and a walk. Now has a 10-game hit streak.
King Felix
here in the 7th. The Orioles like to add to that 1-run lead.
Felix pretty nasty out there, but Nelson Cruz just destroys the Boston Red Sox. Some of the numbers that he's put up here, and obviously yesterday a pretty historic day, but the Red Sox, we talk about the controversy here with John Lackey said, and of course manager John Farrell. Now, they had a player a couple years ago that they had targeted because of the numbers that he had put up here against the Red Sox, and especially at Fenway Park, and that player was Mike Napoli, and they went out and got him.
That's near the seats and in them.
Of course, Nelson Cruz potentially be that big time free agent next season. The Red Sox,
and they could use him, but
yeah, they could.
Yeah, Nelson Cruz would definitely be on the limelight for free agent Cruz. He carries 400 career batting average in this ballpark with 6 home runs at Fenway Park, and this year is hitting .318 against the Red Sox, and will be, of course, a free agent. And with all the injuries and question marks in the outfield for Boston at this point, you got to believe they'll take a look at Nelson Cruz. That ball is a base hit into left field, hit hard by Adam Jones. So the Orioles here in the 7th inning get the first 2 on base. Orioles fans can earn rewards by sharing and posting O's content on social media. Join the O'sBirdsNest.com. And today's bonus code, Machado. Enter that before midnight and receive 2 bonus coupons and be entered to win the monthly autographed player photo or the year-end prize of 2 tickets to opening day next year. That's the O'sBirdsNest.com. Now let's see if the Orioles can take advantage of this. There's Webb in the bullpen for the Orioles. 2 on, nobody out. And here's Nelson Cruz. He is going to be in the middle of everything happening in this 3-game set. There's just no way around it.
Right.
He's already had a double, a single, and is flied out. He scored on an error in the 4th inning committed by Bogaerts, and he will take the pitch outside for a ball.
Yeah, well, where do you pitch him? I mean, he's proven he can drive a ball to right field on pitches away. If you try to come in and you make a mistake on that inner third or even just on the inside corner, he has the ability to drop the head and hit it either off the monster or over the monster like he's already done in this series.
Against Badenhop, he's had a couple of hits in 8 at-bats. And I continue to marvel as we come to the All-Star break, a number of publications online and written talking about MVPs in the leagues, the midseason MVPs. I don't see Nelson's name. Great play made by Ross. Nelson's name isn't popping up, and I just find that kind of incredible. I mean, maybe he's not the one, can argue about it, but not to mention him in MVP terms in the American League, to me, is unfathomable. I mean, where would the Orioles be without Nelson Cruz? And I think one measure of an MVP is what he means to a given ball club.
Sure. Oh, yeah, they definitely wouldn't be in this position, first place in the American League East, without his production, that's for sure.
Badenhop's delivery, another base hit into center field. Big jump by Pierce. He'll make the turn. Throw by Bradley to the plate. And he is safe, getting in on a nice hook slide around Ross. So Pierce, without hesitation, waved home by Bobby Dickerson, the third base coach. And the Orioles have a 3-1 lead.
Now, what you see on the replay there, nice secondary lead by Pierce. A tight turn. Dickerson waving him all the way. Bradley Jr. coming in hard. A good throw, but Pierce with that nice hook slide on the back corner. Beautiful old school slide to get in safely for a big run there. Nice job as Ross takes the throw in front and has to make that sweep tag.
And Cruz does it again. A 3-hit ball game, 5 for 5 in the ball game last night, and he's gone 3 for 4 in the game this afternoon. Runners at first and second, and Young, who's had an interesting day. Take the breaking ball outside. He's been hit by a pitch and scored. Reached on an error in the 4th inning and was a strikeout victim in the 1st. Well, Badenhop running into problems here as the Orioles had a run. They've now got 9 hits in the game. And Young takes it in the air to right field. Holt going back, tagging at second is Jones. Holt in no position to throw, so he tries for second and will get it. Heads up base running by Nelson Cruz. Holt did not get himself in a throwing position. He was facing the stands in right field, and Cruz saw that, and as a result gained second.
Yeah, it really was great recognition by Cruz. Nice double tag by Cruz and Jones. But yeah, take a look at Holt out there. His back is actually turned to the infield. Couldn't get himself in a position to throw because that sun, he was battling it. Cruz recognizing that and on into second base.
The little things that can matter in a game. That's going to be it for Badenhop as John Farrell will come out to get his reliever as the Orioles have a 3-1 lead and a chance to add more here in the 7th inning. fan photo. Now there are some colors that are directed at the O's. And enjoying this ball game. And the bullpen called on again.
Now Badenhop out of there in a hurry. Orioles offense runs him. Tazawa now in the game, 39 games this year, 2.57 earned run average, 37 strikeouts, just 8 walks on the year. Opponents hitting 241, lefties 242, and the righties at 239. Just the 3 home runs given up. Tazawa, some really good stuff. Has been in the closer role before, not this year, of course, with O'Hara leading the way, but he's got some good stuff. Can rush his fastball up there to 97 miles an hour at times, and a good split finger. Curve and a slider to go along with it, but primarily that fastball split combination.
Well, this is an enormous at bat in this ball game. The Orioles have Jones at third base and Cruz down to second. With only one away, the infield will be drawn in. 7th inning with the Orioles on top 3-1. And J.J. Hardy 0 for 2 in a sacrifice at the plate. Inichi Tazawa delivers to him, and that will be a strike on the outside corner. Hardy has had some at-bats, 1 for 10 against Tazawa in his career. Jones, of course, with real good speed, the lead runner at third. He can't get a big lead because Bogaerts is playing in only about 3 steps away from the bag.
He's certainly got to be aware of that split finger.
There it is right there. Bounced and a good stop made by Ross.
He covered that one up pretty good. I'll take a look here. Ross recognizing it early. Squares up to the ball, kills it out in front of the plate. You know, Adam Jones, he had Bobby Dickerson in his ear. Heads up for that split finger because that's one of his big pitches.
4 wild pitches thrown by Tazawa this season. 1 ball, 1 strikeout on J.J. Hardy. The set and a hesitation pitch, and it'll be fouled away. Tazawa against the Orioles this year, this is his 7th game. He's given up no runs, 3 hits, and 5 2/3 innings. He owns a 1-0 record against the Orioles this year. He is 2-1 lifetime against the Orioles. And a key situation, the Orioles base hit here could score a couple. Outfield is shortened up a little bit on Hardy, and right field Hope has moved in a few steps. Delivery to him, and Hardy's going to get a base hit into right field. Here's 1 run in, making the turn. Coming, Cruz, throw to the plate. Ball drop, and he's safe. Throw will go down to second base, not in time. They had the out. Had that ball been caught, Ross had time to spin around and tag Nelson Cruz, but he never got the baseball. It'll be a 2 RBI single for Hardy and a 5-1 Orioles lead.
A great piece of hitting here by J.J. Hardy, staying on top of this fastball away, driving it to right field. Adam Jones able to score easily. Nelson Cruz on his horse here, hold a nice throw to the plate, but Ross pulls away too soon. Hits off the top of his glove. You see him take his eyes off the baseball and clanks it, and then Tazawa almost fires this one out in the outfield, ends up hitting the back of the mound, and Drew has to run that one down. So ball going all over the place here.
Those 3 runs will be charged to Badenhop, and the Orioles have a 5-1 lead on their 10th hit, and that ball's going to go into left field. A base hit for Manny Machado. Nava will hold the runner as he hits the cutoff man, and the Orioles going after this Red Sox bullpen as they have scored 3 runs here in the 7th inning and have 5 hits in the inning. All are singles.
Danger of this Orioles offense. They can explode at any time, and they've had some big innings this year. Well, they've put some big numbers up, and right now they're starting to roll. You mentioned the 5 hits. Kevin Gausman enjoying this offensive barrage.
He is the pitcher of record for the Orioles. Hardy with the RBIs now has 24 on the season. Cruz picked up another RBI in the inning. That's his 71st run batted in, as Cruz and Encarnacion started the day tied at 70 with Abreu at 69. Now Flaherty first and third, and 1 out. Tazawa's delivery, a breaking ball that's in there for a strike. Now the Orioles coming alive here in the 7th inning and increasing that lead to 5-1. A 16 hit attack in game 2 of the doubleheader yesterday, last night's game, and now 11 hits in this one. Flaherty's had a walk, struck out, and flied out. Runners off first and third. Flaherty on a swing on a pitch down, and it's 0-2.
A pitcher like Tazawa with that nasty split finger, you really have to see him up. So Manny Machado's last at bat, when he picked up that base hit, the pitch was up around his neck, but he made up in his mind that he was going to elevate a pitch and get after it, and that's what he did. And Flaherty giving chase to that second pitch down and out of the zone, so you've got to elevate against Tazawa. Look up in the zone.
0-2 the count, and way inside. Flaherty just backing off it. A 1-ball 2-strike count. Red Sox bullpen has been a strength of this team on the year. The Orioles, Badenhop worked only a third of an inning, charged with 3 runs on 3 hits. And a bad weekend for Badenhop against the Orioles as he got charged in the ball game last night with a couple of inherited runners that scored. Tazawa's delivery, that's in the dirt, bounced. Another good stop made by Ross, holding the runners. Machado at first base back. Ball not far enough away for him to move up. Hardy over at third.
He had a good secondary, though. Wayne Kirby was talking to him, and he bounced off there pretty well. If Ross hadn't gloved that, Machado might have been off and running if it had hit the dirt again. Have to anticipate. Orioles, as productive as they are offensively, they can do probably a little bit better job on the base pass, being more aggressive in that regard.
2-2 delivery. Flaherty will foul it back. He got one to hit. And that has quieted the faithful here at Fenway. This outburst. And the Orioles doing it just after the Red Sox in the bottom of the 6th inning and made it a 1-run game. Getting back into it. The Orioles immediately respond with 3 so far here in the 7th. Two-ball, 2-strike count. Hardy and Machado with their leads. And the delivery, Flaherty again will fight it off.
Nice job, tough pitch right there. Of course, Ryan Flaherty put together a great at bat in the 6th inning, working a base on balls. We're here kind of the same situation. You trust his hands and know that he can use the whole field here. Great opportunity to really create a little bit more distance, picking up that run at third base.
These base runners, the responsibility that Tazawa gave up the base hit to Hardy and the base hit to Manny Machado. Again, the 2-2 will be coming, and that's going to be in the dirt. And a runner. There's one where Machado could have gone down and walked to second base, but Ross finally found it behind him.
Well, he bounced out of there pretty well. I thought Machado was going to go, and then he just kind of turned his back and headed back to first base, gave up on the play.
Well, Machado remains at first, which of course keeps that double play in order with only 1 down. And a 3-ball 2-strike count on Ryan Flaherty. Joseph waiting on deck. Infield looking for the ground ball here at double play depth. 3-2. See if Machado goes at first base. He does. Ball grounded towards first. That's going to go for a base hit. And that will score. Hardy. Machado will go to third. Pedroia kind of backed off. He thought the ball was going to be played by Napoli at first, and as a result was not in a position to stop that ball from going into right field. Flaherty, an RBI base hit.
Now take a look here. A little chopper here. Nice job by Flaherty. Puts the ball in play in that hole, but Pedroia did. He held up a little bit. He thought Napoli was going to glove it there, so he pulls back, and then it's too late. He tries to make that diving attempt, but the ball's already out in the outfield. Machado over to third. Big RBI there for Flaherty.
So the Orioles add another one. 4 runs in here in the inning and a 6-1 lead. Ryan Flaherty gets his 15th RBI of the season, and actually beneficial that the ball wasn't hit hard, because it was easy for Machado to take third base. That ball dying in the outfield grass. Still only one out. Ball put up in the air by Joseph. Center field should get a run in. Tagging up Manny Machado. Here's Bradley. Here's the arm. It's there on the plate, and he is out. As Bradley gets the outfield assist to complete a double play on the fly ball by Joseph. Manny Machado thrown out at the plate, but the Orioles have a 4-run 7th inning. Bradley's got the arm, and that one's right on the money. 7th inning stretch time. Our coverage on MASN 2 will begin at 6:30 with those extra presented by Dodge, followed by game coverage at 7. All the access you need right here on MASN.
Take a look ahead here. Nationals, pretty good team. They have recovered from some devastating injuries in the first half to a 47-39 record. They've won 6 of their last 7, playing pretty well at home too. 27-18 record. Jason Worth, 4 straight multi-hit games. He's been hot. 282, 8 home runs, 43 RBIs. The team overall, 248 batting average. That's 19th in Major League Baseball, but it's the pitchers, both the starters and the bullpen. 3.05 earned run average. That's best in Major League Baseball. Of course, last year, the Orioles won the series 3-1, so should be pretty exciting. 4-game set. 2, of course, in Washington, 2 in Baltimore.
And let's go to our Major League notebook here. Take a look at our senior circuit. Speaking of which, the Atlanta Braves is the team that Washington is trying to catch now. They've won 9 straight in 11 of their last 12, as Atlanta leads the Nationals by 1.5 games and Miami by 7 in the National League East. And in St. Louis, Jamie Garcia is going to undergo season-ending surgery, diagnosed with a nerve problem in the arm, thoracic outlet syndrome. He had a GM who yesterday was not very happy. St. Louis GM John Mozeliak said, "We try to be patient with people. We think this organization does an amazing job protecting players. Certainly we would have loved to have heard from him." He went to the press first to tell everybody that he had a bad elbow that probably needed surgery, and that's how the Cardinals found out. And they were not happy. So for the Orioles, Lowe will come on, a defensive replacement, to play in left field with Young out of there. McFarland will stay on the mound. Kevin Gausman, the pitcher of record, a chance to win his 4th. Orioles with a 6-1 lead as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Stephen Drew.
Take a look at our Jeep inside the numbers. The bullpen earned run average on the road this season through May 5th. It was not good. 4.47. That was the 6th highest. But since 2.75 earned run average, 5th lowest in the American League, and they have really been dominant, especially here recently. We saw in last night's ball game the bullpen. Of course, Ubaldo Jimenez has a rough start, going 3 2/3, but the Orioles bullpen 5 1/3 scoreless innings. Brad Brock picks up 3 wins in his last 6 appearances. Tommy Hunter pitched well. Mattis, O'Day, and Britton. I mean, all these arms. Of course, T.J. McFarland has been throwing well. Ryan Webb. So a lot of bullets. Of course, you got to credit Buck Showalter for really kind of spreading the wealth and not overusing this pen. I think early on in the season they were taxed because of so many short outings by the starters. He was able to manage his way through there, and now they are once again a huge strength in this team.
Fouled away, and a 2-ball 2-strike count on Stephen Drew. Drew has struck out twice. A couple of hits in 9 at-bats, both home runs in this 3-game set. Red Sox down by 5. McFarland's pitch, that one will be fouled away. Trying to get more innings pitched out of the starters for the Orioles, and that's one of the reasons why there are 6 starters available. Buck will not call it a 6-man rotation. There are 6 starters, and we'll see how that plays in the second half of the season. Trying to manage that is not easy. 2-ball 2-strike delivery, and fouled off the other way this time. Miller in the bullpen, the big left-hander. The long, lanky one, Andrew Miller. Two-ball 2-strike count. McFarland came on, gave up an Ortiz base hit, then got the double play off the bat of Napoli that ended that 6th inning. And a swing and a miss. Got him to wave at it. A K for McFarland.
A real good pitch there from T.J. McFarland. Take a look at the location here. Pitch track picking it up down and away. 87 miles an hour. Gets on the side. Nice little slider there. Throws it hard too. Good pitch. With the lefty Drew.
1 down in the bottom of the 7th. Here's Ross. He has struck out and popped out. McFarland throws strikes here with the 5-run differential. Now things a little easier for the Oriole pitchers coming out of the bullpen. 6-12-0 for the Orioles. 1-5-2 for the Red Sox. The Orioles have 1 unearned run up there on the board. Otherwise, they've spread the RBIs around. Cruz with 1. Hardy's had a couple. Ryan Flaherty an RBI. Joseph an RBI. And then the other one scoring on the error. Two-0 delivery, and that's there for a strike. A win here, and the Orioles will have a 7-6 advantage over the Red Sox in the season series. And for Buck Showalter's team, a chance to again get greater separation. And the team's now chasing the Orioles. Orioles are going to have to wait to see what a victory here might do if they can hang on to it with the game in Oakland, with Toronto and Oakland just getting underway. They're in the first inning of the ball game on the West Coast. McFarland, the 3-1 delivery on the way, and the count goes to 3-2. Banging at the bat, Ross, who just couldn't catch up to that.
Yeah, good fastball there, 91 miles an hour. Ross upset that he chased a pitch that was down in the zone, but kind of a tribute to McFarland's movement. I mean, it does have some good action when it's down, the 2-seam fastball.
That one in the air, way back there in the triangle. Jones on the fly, and goodbye home run. Some 420 feet, the biggest part of this ballpark. And Ross gets the homer, and it's a 6-2 game.
Well, definitely not the location that McFarland wanted. He just chased a pitch down below the knees, and look at where this one is. Up and out over, and he just spanks this one deep to center field. Ends up out in the Red Sox bullpen. The farthest part you can hit it.
5th home run, 8th RBI. Picked up by Ross. It is a solo shot. And here is Jackie Bradley Jr., who has walked and struck out. Completed the double play on that play at the plate, getting Manny Machado his 10th outfield assist. He is now tied for the lead in the American League in outfield assists. He plays with pizzazz. He's got that little extra mustard seed going in the game.
Well, he's confident.
Yep.
Unfortunately for him, it hasn't really carried over offensively the way the Red Sox have been hoping he would be a premier player, because defensively he's proven that he's one of the best in the game. Very aggressive when coming in at balls, has a strong arm. Really covers some ground out there in center field.
0 for 1 and a walk today. And he will foul that one off at the plate. Now the sellout crowd here, 35,811, 35811 on this gorgeous Sunday afternoon, completing the 4th of July weekend. Ryan Webb's been up a couple of times, so he's coming into the game. And Showalter does not get relievers up twice without using them. And that one is going to be a base hit. He used a wedge on that and picks up the single in left field.
Well, this is the kind of stuff they're looking for out of Bradley Jr. I mean, it was a tough pitch from T.J. McFarland, and he did what he's supposed to do. Stay with it. You saw him use his legs, go down, and not try to do too much with that baseball. Just slap it through the infield for a base hit.
And that will be it for McFarland, who will come out of the ball game. Webb will come on with a runner on, 1 down, and Bogaerts coming up. Brought to you by Hood from their very own blimp. Always good, always Hood. And we thank them for some great shots on this glorious day. Looking out over Boston Harbor.
Ryan Webb now in the ball game. He's been in 36 games for the Orioles this season. That .265 earned run average, 30 strikeouts, 8 base on balls, and he has really done a nice job. A couple rough starts to start the season, but has settled in. Look at the opponent batting average, just a .219. Lefty's only .178. Righty's not much better at .239. Just the 1 home run allowed. Good two-seam fastball, has some sink action, some run action on that. The sweeping slider also has a changeup he's been using more frequently.
So the Red Sox with a runner on and a run in here in the 7th inning. Bradley on at first base. Bogaerts a base hit, and he is hit into a double play. With one down, speed at the plate and speed at first. And the pitch by Webb will be in there for a strike. Webb originally selected by Oakland back in 2004. He was part of the first-year player draft out of Clearwater Central Catholic High School in Florida. 0-1 count. And the pitch is going to miss outside.
Just missed. Not a bad pitch.
Only 28 years old. He's had a good deal of major league and minor league games under his belt. San Diego, Florida, Miami at the major league level. Delivery on the way by Webb, and that'll be fouled off outside of third base. Nice backhand play.
It was a good play.
The ball girl's made some nice plays down there in this series at third base. She's had her own highlight reel. 1 ball, 2 strike count.
If Webb throws another pitch like that, she might get more action.
Nice happy smile down there, sitting on the ball can.
It can get dangerous down there. Some of these big guys pulling some inside pitches. Look out.
Not a big lead at first base for Bradley. That ball down the line the other way. For Webb against the Red Sox this season, this is game number 5. He's given up 2 runs, 4 hits in 3 2/3 innings. 5 strikeouts and a walk against the Red Sox. Orioles up here by a score of 6-2. Solo home run Ross in the inning, adding the Red Sox 2nd run on their 7th hit. Xander Bogaerts stands back in with a 1-2 count. Pierce holding the bag. Bradley not running, and another one fouled off.
She gets another chance and makes the play.
Piling him up.
That's a good pitch there from Ryan Webb, though. He's doubled it up now. Breaking ball and then coming with the hard sinker down and in, 92, 93 miles an hour. See the pitch track, kind of belt high, but if you can get one of those down, he's had enough movement here. He can get a good ground ball and get out of this inning.
1-2 delivery. And another one fought off. Bogaerts has had some pretty good at bats in this game, picking up the single in the 3rd inning. The first hit the Red Sox had hit into a double play in the 5th, but he's battled in at bats, fighting off some pretty tough pitches. Webb trying to get him out here with the 1 ball, 2 strike count. Runner not going. Good day to get souvenirs at Fenway. Foul balls.
Let's check them out.
Not to be forgotten. In that game, Toronto-Oakland in Oakland, Samaja has started that game for Oakland, so he barely got off the plane in the deal. He's on the mound.
Welcome to Oakland. You're starting.
Yes. His comment upon arrival was, "I'm right where I need to be," which means he's got a team that's got a chance of postseason play.
Well, I think all players kind of yearn for that. Try to be on a team that has a chance to make it to the postseason.
1 ball, 2 strike delivery, and there's pitch number 8 of the at-bat foul ball.
And he's working that 2-seamer in there. Bogaerts can't do much with it. He's looking to get on top of it a little bit more, maybe a little extra sink, get him to swing over the top. Look at that, or throw that 2-seamer on the outside corner. Might get that ground ball and fair ground for the double play.
Lee Samaja goes from a team in last place that had 38 wins, the Cubs, to a team in first place with 54 wins, leading the division by 3.5. It's a pretty good swap. First base umpire, I don't know what this is about. Jerry Lane, the crew chief, started walking over, the third base coach Butterfield may be in an argument here with the second base umpire Hunter Wendelstedt. There's clearly something being said. He may have been thrown out of the game. Brian Butterfield, the third base coach, I think has been heaved. Don't know what precipitated the discussion with Hunter Wendelstedt, the second base umpire, but that's who it was with. Don't see that very often.
Well, it is Maine Day, and Brian Butterfield's from Maine,
so he should be thrown out. So now John Farrow will have to get a new third base coach. That was a long distance discussion going on there from the third base coach's box over to the other side. So Arnie Baylor, as the first base coach, is going to head down to third. And somebody else is going to coach at first. So Butterfield tossed out of the ball game. 1 ball, 2 strike count, 1 down. Long at bat, lengthened even more. Runner goes, ball tagged towards the wall, and his way back, and right off the top of it. Here's Bradley at third. Throw's going to come into second. It'll be a long single and an RBI, and the Red Sox are back in this ball game. Their second run here in the 7th inning, and they have made it 6-3. And that just missed being a home run.
Yeah, Bogart's kind of cheating to that pitch now. He's seen it plenty of times and able to keep his hands inside, keep it in fair territory, almost over the monster. David Lowe getting the ball back into second base to keep the double play in order. Bradley Jr. was on the move anyway. He was flying around the bases, didn't hesitate one bit.
Showalter now trying to figure out what do I do here. The potential tying run getting close to coming to the plate. Throw over to get him back, and the order's been turned over. Brock Holt, the leadoff batter, 0 for 2 and a walk in the game. Tim Hires has come on to coach at first base. Runner at first base, still only 1 away. And Holt will take the pitch on the outside corner for a strike. Good at bat by Bogaerts, who gets his 20th RBI on a Fenway single. Just missed a home run, you end up with a single and an RBI. Good play by Lowe to get it into second and hold him. Keeps that double play in order here. And Holt's going to get a base hit. Making the turn is Bogaerts. He'll get the third easily as Jones will get it back in. And with 1 away, the corners are covered.
Not a terrible pitch from Ryan Webb, but a real good job of hitting by Holt. Didn't knock the cover off by any means. Take a look at the action here, working itself down and away, possibly off the plate, but he's able to get just enough of it. Serve it out to the outfield.
Dave Wallace, the pitching coach, will make his way out as the Orioles bullpen getting touched up here. McFarland charged with 2 runs on 3 hits in 1 inning. And now these 2 base runners, the responsibility of Webb. Brian Mattis, the left-hander, warming up in the bullpen. You've got Nava, the switch hitter. Then the right-hander Pedroia due up for Boston. Here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And this has re-energized the Sunday crowd.
It has, but the good news with Ryan Webb is he does have that ability with that 2-seam fastball. 1 pitch, get himself out of this inning. Talk about the proficiency of this Orioles infield, the ability to turn double plays. Look at those shadows starting to creep onto the field.
Orioles have led the majors in double plays for most of the season. 101 double plays, a major league high. The Giants second, coming into today with 95. First and third for Boston. Nava 0 for 3. Trying to catch Holt maybe flat-footed over there, and he's back to the bag. Webb giving up a couple of singles to the batters he has faced so far in the game. Nava 1 for 2 in the only times he's faced the Orioles reliever. And the pitch, a strike on the outside corner. Well, the Red Sox trying to mount a big comeback. The runs have come in a flurry here in the 6th and 7th innings. The Orioles 1 in the 6th, 4 in the 7th. The Red Sox 1 in the 6th, and so far 2 in the 7th inning. Wasn't a run scored in the ball game until the Orioles got on the board in the 4th. Throw over again, he's back. Orioles had a 2-0 lead, then it was 2-1, then it was 6-1, and now 6-3.
Each run very important, and I think manager Buck Showalter, coaching coach John Russell, realizing that Ryan Webb has the ability to get the ground ball with that sinker, thinking that maybe the Red Sox might put Holt in motion to try to stay out of the double play.
Webb making some throwovers, a lot of this coming from the dugout. Part of this may be to give Brian Mattis a chance to loosen up just in case.
Yeah, that as well, yeah.
Because he hasn't been up very long down there. And the other part of it, obviously, to keep Holt at least straight up, if not leaning a little bit back to first. He's got good speed. You want to try and turn 2 on a ground ball. The 0-1 delivery. Swung right through it. Boy, I was in the catcher's mitt because he got that one by him in 92.
Yeah, quick slide step there and pops that fastball by Nava. Might have kind of put him to sleep at the plate with the multiple pickoff attempts.
0-2 count, 1 down. Bogarts the lead at third. Holt off first. Pitch will be away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Webb ready in the delivery. He was looking for a pitch away. He was leaning, but it was inside.
Yeah, pretty close. Tried to bring that 2-seamer back over the inside corner after 3 pitches away. Boy, he caught the box, but
could have been called a strike.
Yeah, either way.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Nava, fielder's choice in the 6th inning, came around to score, and a base hit by Ortiz. Delivery to him, runner goes. Here's the throw. Joseph. No, stolen base, runner stays at third.
And Holt gets a pretty good jump. Well, Joseph, the quick release, but the throw just high. He's able to slide underneath that tag attempt from J.J. Hardy. You see him off and running, puts the head down, doesn't even look back. So he's just thinking about stealing the whole way. Joseph up and out of the chute. That throw kind of up. Still a little too high to allow Holt to get in there safely.
6 out of 7 now for Holt, stealing bases. Now a base hit can score a couple, and the double play is gone. A 3-ball, 2-strike count on Nava. He asked for timeout. Nava's 241 with runners in scoring position this year. Innumerable occasions here over the last couple of innings where pitchers on both teams have been in big situations. 3-2 delivery, and it'll be fouled away.
3-2 breaking ball there on the slider. They're able to keep those hands back to fight that one off.
One of the things the Red Sox have done here in the last 3 innings, which they were not doing, is extending these at-bats with typical Red Sox 6, 7, 8, 9 pitch at-bats. fouling off some pretty good pitches, taking the counts deep.
Yeah, it seems like collectively that last inning Gausman worked. They just said, let's start taking pitches, and they all have really worked.
3-2 up the middle. That's going to be a base hit. Adam Jones will charge. Holt makes the turn and stays. 1 run scores. Bogaerts comes in with the 3rd run of the inning, and it is now a 6-4 ball game. And another one of those hits that had just enough on it to get through.
Now, wasn't smoked by any means here. Noddle works the count, though, and he goes to the up and in spot. Kind of gets it off the label, but finds a good spot up the middle. Get him a little bit closer.
That'll be RBI number 9 for Nava in his 48th game. And there are runners at first and third still, and 1 away. And now Pedroia is coming up. Pedroia has already had 2 singles, 2 for 3 in the ball game. So what looked like an Oriole lead that was going to be sufficient still may be, but it's not 6-1 anymore. 6-4, and that's 10 hits put up by the Red Sox. First and third, 1 out. Pedroia. Webb the look over. Pedroia going after the first pitch, fouls it back.
One home run by Ross really kind of ignited this inning. Everybody kind of working at bats.
Pedroia's got a 2 for 5 off Webb lifetime. Ross got the home run with 1 out, his 5th. He put one deep into the well in center. Pedroia waiting on it, and the pitch will be up high to him. 1 ball and 1 strike. Runners at first and third and 1 out. Orioles still looking for that ground ball that could get them out of the inning. Pedroia will take it, and that's up high on speed pitch. 2-1.
Leaving some pitches up in the zone now, up in the danger zone, especially to the middle of this lineup. Even though Pedroia hasn't had that home run production like we talked about, he's still a very good hitter and can really do some damage on mistakes.
He's grounded into 9 double plays, second highest on the team. 2-1 delivery to him, and that's down the line, and that'll be foul. So Webb comes back on him to even up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. These 2 teams have played games like this all season long. They've been real grind them out baseball games for the most part. Even both games yesterday. I mean, 1 in the bottom of the 9th, 3-2 in the opener, and then that 7-4 win was a long, tortuous affair for both clubs last night. Here's the 2-2 delivery. Pedroia fights it off.
He has been making some good pitches with that 2-seamer inside on that inner third, but just not enough movement. As we saw Bogaerts foul off 3 or 4 pitches with that 2-seamer in there, foul, and then Pedroia fouling off another tough one. Caleb Joseph really trying to work Ryan Webb to come up with that big out pitch. Red Sox hitters putting together some good at bats here.
2-2, and he got him as he went for 1 up high. So Webb gets the strikeout on Pedroia for the 2nd out of the inning. And now the matchup is Buck Showalter is on his way out.
See Pedroia chasing that many up and out of the zone. He does there.
With a left-hander, David Ortiz coming up. It will be Brian Mattis, who has been his nemesis over the years, coming on with 3 runs in here in the 7th for the Red Sox.
A lefty dominator, especially David Ortiz. 38 games this year, 504 earned run average, 25 strikeouts. Here you see the lefties hitting just 224. Overall, though, 291. Righties up to 348. He's given up the 6 home runs, but his dominance over David Ortiz throughout his career is why he's in this situation. 1 for 22 with 13 punch-outs for David Ortiz off Brian Matusz.
Runners at first and third in the bottom of the 7th inning. The Orioles lead at 6-4. Potential tying run on base. Nava at first. Holt at third. Ortiz double single, and he's flied out. Matusz's delivery to him is a strike as he kept it up in the strike zone on the inside corner. 6-12-0 for the Orioles. 4-10-2 for the Red Sox. The Orioles do have an unearned run on the board as they picked that up, their first run of the game in the 4th inning on a Bogaerts error. David Ortiz and Matusz do battle. Delivery by Bryan, and that's going to go towards second. It's a base hit. 1 run will score. Heading over to third is Nava, and we have a 1-run ball game. Ortiz with a 3-hit day, 3 for 4, his second RBI of the afternoon.
Ortiz finally able to find a hole off of Brian Matusz in a big-time situation. Sends a pitch out over there, and he reaches out and gets it. Finds a hole past the diving Steve Pearce.
And that'll be it for Brian Matusz. So Matusz, his job to get Ortiz. Ortiz won that one. And what Buck Showalter never likes to do, having to go this deep into the bullpen. This will be the 4th reliever used, and it's now a 6-5 game.
.434 earned run average with the 21 strikeouts and 8 walks on the season. Opponents hitting .283, lefties .236, righties up to .328. Tommy part of that big-time bullpen success in last night's victory over the Red Sox. He worked an inning and 2/3 with a couple of punch-outs. He needs to come up with a big third out here.
So each team has now scored 4 runs in the 7th inning. The Red Sox have batted around. This will be their 9th hitter. Mike Napoli will come up to face Hunter. He is 3 for 13 off Tommy Hunter. Runners at first and third. Napoli will take it down low. Potential tying run is now Nava. RBIs, Ross the solo shot to get it started. Bogaerts an RBI base hit. Nava and Ortiz RBI singles. Ortiz is the runner at first base. Mike Napoli waiting. Hunter's delivery, a strike on the outside corner, 1-1.
Good pitch there. Tommy Hunter with that good velocity, 98 miles an hour. And that's where you want to put that pitch. Down and away. Not a lot that even the best big league hitters have trouble with that one.
Tommy Hunter's had a couple of saves against the Red Sox this year when he was closer. Napoli in a breaking ball leaned away, but it's outside. Hunter has worked 5 games now against the Red Sox, giving up a run on 3 hits in 4 2/3 innings. What a ending to this ball game, and we're far from done. That's right there for a strike of the fastball.
99. No way. He's arguing about the pitch.
Wow.
Let's take a look here on the pitch track. 99 miles an hour, and that's all over the pitch.
2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 down. Hunter trying to protect this 1-run lead. Delivery on the way, and foul back on another fastball at 99. Napoli with the 0 for 3, couple of strikeouts, has hit into a double play. Now has an 0 for 9 in this 3-game set. He came in hitting only 156 against the Orioles this year. Does have a couple of home runs against the Orioles. 2-2 delivery on the way. Napoli is going to get a base hit, and this game is tied. An RBI single by Mike Napoli. A 5-run 7th inning, and we have a 6-6 ball game.
Well, we hear all the time about helping a hitter out by speeding the bat up. No, Napoli could probably catch up to a 98-mile-an-hour fastball, but here the slider over the plate, and he's able to get to it, pull it over Hardy's head. A big tying run.
So the Orioles bullpen unable to get it done here this afternoon to this point. Now first and second, and back to where it all started. Stephen Drew will go after the first pitch and pop it back into the seats. Drew led this inning off by striking out. He stands back in as the 2 teams now both have 6 runs on 12 hits in the ball game, as the Orioles bullpen has surrendered 5 runs here in this 7th inning. Here's the 0-1 delivery on the way, and a swing and a miss as he beat him on that pitch. 100 miles an hour.
Well, it's never ever been a question whether or not Tommy Hunter has the velocity on his fastball. Just the ability to locate it. And right now, very powerful fastball. Getting it down in the zone pretty well.
0-2 count, and that's fouled off. Ortiz is now the lead runner down at second. Napoli has tied the ball game up with a base hit on at first, and they are. And a long 7th inning as the teams have combined for 9 runs here in the 7th inning. The Orioles getting 4 runs on 6 hits, sending 8 to the plate. This is the 10th batter for the Red Sox, and the fastball will miss away. Five runs on 7 hits so far for Boston here in the 7th. 2 starters dominated. Bullpens have given them up down the line, and that will end up in the seats and foul.
Caleb Joseph out to talk to Tommy Hunter. All fastballs to this point, which isn't a problem. Tommy's got the good velocity, and he can kind of work the perimeter with it. If he has the ability to throw it up in the zone, could potentially get a chase, even a waste here with a 1-2 count. Get one up there, because hitters are trying to gear up to catch up to the fastball. They're seeing 99, 100 miles an hour out of Hunter's hand. You can expand a little bit.
And that will do it. But the Red Sox get right back into the game as they pick up a big 5-run 7th inning. We'll go to the 8th, tied at 6. property of the Baltimore Orioles and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Baltimore Orioles. Well, as Yogi said, not over till this game proof of that. As these two teams now 6-6 going to the 8th.
Andrew Miller now in, and he's been pretty dominant out of this Red Sox bullpen. 39 games this year, 2.48 earned run average with 55 strikeouts, 10 base on balls. Opponents hitting just 176 overall. Lefties 149, righties just 194. And he is a power arm. Get that fastball up to 98. Works in the mid 90s. He can reach back and get it as well. And a slider and a changeup to go along with it. He is tough to pick up because throws across his body, arms and legs coming at you. Tough to pick up with that velocity as well. So he's been effective.
So the Orioles have to battle back here as they have seen the 6-1 lead disappear. Each team 6 runs on 12 hits, 2 errors by Boston, none by the Orioles. The Orioles have 1 unearned run, which surely matters in this game. Miller's delivery will be down low, and it's a ball. Nick Markakis. Nick has a 1-for-4 base hit. Came in the first at bat of the ball game for Nick.
I'm sure Markakis happy that the shadows are now out on the mound here, facing Andrew Miller. Tough enough to pick up the baseball and out of that extreme angle across his body, and now throw a shadow out there in front of the mound.
Markakis 2 for 12 off this left-hander. Bogaerts will play in at third. Infield playing Markakis to pull, and the pitch will be taken. It's the high strike. Nick has hit the lefties well. 287 off left-handers, 293 off right-handers. Overall at 291 right now. 3 hits in 12 at bats in this 3-game set. And that fastball will turn him around at 93.
Miller can struggle with some command. Markakis kind of waiting him out here, working the count. Good hitters count. Still don't want to be too over aggressive.
3-1 delivery, and that's there. So for the Orioles, bullpen looks like this. McFarland 1 inning, 2 runs, 3 hits. Webb a third of an inning, 3 runs, 3 hits. Mattis no part of an inning, 1 hit. And Tommy Hunter coming on to record the final out. No runs charged against him, but the hit that tied the ball game up came off him. Foul back by Markakis, keeping that count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Ross has continued to wave the arms around the Red Sox catcher. He took a real shot off the shoulder a couple of innings ago, and ever since then he's stood up and he's rotated the right arm. He's moved the fist, made fists with his right hand, as though that's troubling him a little bit. 3-2. Miller's delivery, and down to third where they weren't playing him. Bogaerts will stop it, but it's an infield hit. So Markakis will get his 2nd hit of the ball game. They had swung the infield around, and that was open territory.
Well, nice play by Bogaerts, but a great piece of hitting by Nick Markakis. He has that incredible ability to pull the hands inside, and when he has that left field line opened up, he can shoot it down there, especially off a tough lefty. I'm surprised they didn't swing that infield back around a little bit, just protect from that potential double situation here late in the ball game.
Now Steve Pearce. Pearce has a base hit, a 1-for-4 in the game. And a 329 average, facing the left-hander. Markakis will be held at first by Napoli, and he'll go after the first one and foul it back. Pearce 0 for 1, the only time he has faced Andrew Miller. Miller this season against the Orioles, this will be his 5th game. He's given up only 1 hit in 3 innings worked, no runs against him. 0-1 delivery on the way. Pearce takes, and the pitch is going to be inside.
Boy, that is a really good take. That's a tough slider, burying itself down and in on Pearce, but the way he's set up now, he has very limited head movement, so the eyes aren't really causing problems, seeing the ball so well. When he does recognize it in the zone, where those hips and hands have come flying through.
Two ball, one strike count. Potential go-ahead run on here for the Orioles in the top of the 8th inning. And a check swing went around. Played umpire Mike Estabrook the call on the swinging strike.
Oh, let's take a look here. Pretty close. Pierce not arguing it.
Runner not going anywhere. Ground ball second base. Pedroia one knee. There's one. Relay Drew.
It wasn't pretty, but boy, he got the job done. A bullet to Pedroia. He makes sure he catches it, almost tackles it, and bounces up to get the good feed to Drew.
So that eliminates that leadoff man on. 2 down. Adam Jones will try and get the lead himself here. A couple of singles, 2 for 3, and a walk in the ball game. A 10-game hit streak now for Adam Jones. Miller with 2 down and the base is empty. Bullpen for the Red Sox. Badenhop charged with 3 runs, 3 hits in the 3rd of an inning. Tazawa, a run on 3 hits in 2/3 of an inning. Starters for the Orioles, Kevin Gausman gave up just a run on 6 hits over 5 1/3. And Jake Peavy, 2 runs, only 1 earned on 6 hits over 6 innings. Adam Jones to second base. Pedroia's there. He gobbles it up. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, nobody left on base. Bottom of the 8th coming. Ball game tied at 6. Friends, co-workers, colleagues, and have a fun-filled day or night at the ballpark. Discounted ticket prices for groups as small as 15. Party facilities for up to 1,000. Get details Orioles.com/groups or at 888-848-BIRD. Here at Fenway, a long day of baseball. It's not done. Take a look down here, and the shadows moving in. Tommy Hunter will stay on for the Orioles. McFarland well. Madison Hunter used out of the bullpen by the Orioles in this game. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning.
Well, it was a tough 7th inning for the Orioles bullpen. Tommy Hunter staying on here. So we have a clean 8th inning.
Ross started it out in the 7th with his 5th home run, 1 for 3 in the game. Hunter onto the stretch, delivers to him. Ball coming out of shadows into sunlight at the moment, and striped shadows with that light Stanyard showing across the mound. Ross only one at bat against Hunter, 0 for 1. Breaking ball is going to miss away. 1 ball, 1 strike.
That was a great look at the shadows coming in from overhead. The light standards working themselves out onto the field.
Hunter's delivery and a chopper. Manny Machado waits on it. And a 5 hopper right there. And Ross is retired. Let's take a look at the upcoming schedule, sponsored by Krieger Eye Institute. From routine to the most specialized eye care, LifeBridge Health's Krieger Eye Institute handles it all. Call 410-601-2020 for a same-day appointment.
On to Washington for a couple days to play the Nationals, and the Nationals will be visiting Camden Yards. And then it's the Yankees for the weekend series before the All-Star break.
In at third base, Manny Machado. Here is Bradley. Bradley part of that 7th inning, a base hit, a run scored. Koji O'Hara, the closer, getting ready. Red Sox had 7 hits in the 7th inning, and the only extra base hit was the home run by Ross. And he picked up all those RBIs other than the home run on singles. Bullpen's getting a workout today. 0-2 count. Jackie Bradley Jr. hitting at .216 will foul that one back. Bogarts waiting on deck.
Good breaking balls right there from Tommy Hunter. Working themselves down and in on Jackie Bradley Jr.
Delivery, and that's going to be to left field. Lowe's going to play it off the wall. Does so beautifully, and will hold him to a long single. Even with that great speed, Lowe played that right into the glove and right into second base. Bradley with a single is second in.
Yeah, real nice play by David Lowe. Good piece of hitting by Bradley Jr. Whistling one off the monster here. Look at this approach. This ball is smoked. David Lowe got a great jump, but then settles himself to play it off the wall and keep Bradley Jr. at first base. Nice play. We've seen some Orioles outfielders really handle the Green Monster well in this series.
1 down. Runner on at first base. Each team now with 13 hits. Second hit off Tommy Hunter. Bogart's a base hit RBI. He's had 2 singles in the game and hit into a double play. Pierce over there at first base. Those throwovers can be a little difficult right now. That sun shining right into his eyes at first.
Yeah, it's tricky, but you got to do something. Keep Bradley Jr. close.
And the pitch will be a strike call. Bogarts hitting at .243 now. 6 home runs, 20 RBIs for him. Bogarts is getting his first chance against Tommy Hunter. Runner not going, and that one just fouled off the handle the other way. Hunter came up and in on him and ate him up. Great shot from the hood blimp overhead. Get a real good look at where those shadows are.
How close the big shadow is to engulfing the infield.
Pitcher's best friend right here. It's a nasty light stanchion shadow on the mound. It's kind of like a strobe light effect.
Yeah.
Part of it's in the light and shadow, then light then shadow, and it's coming 100 miles an hour.
To have great concentration. It would limit that head movement. See the ball as well as possible.
1 ball, 2 strike delivery by Hunter. A shattered bat to third. Manny Machado will go to second 1. They get the force out, and the ball not hit very hard. Bradley retired. Bogart's a fielder's choice.
Nice play by Manny Machado. He's had a nice defensive series. We've seen the difference there. I mean, Manny obviously aggressive on that play, having to come and get the ball, but the play prior, the first out of the inning on Ross, he had to settle himself. A sign of just understanding the game, the speed of the runner, speed of the ball, instead of running through that ball and really taking a chance at being less efficient. He got his feet underneath him and made a nice play. So he's been responsible for both outs this inning.
Now Holt, he had a base hit. Big stolen base in that 7th inning after he got on that set up a couple of RBIs to follow by Nava and by Ortiz. Nava's got 1 RBI, Ortiz a couple, Napoli 1, home run by Ross, and Bogarts with the RBI. The Orioles had an unearned run in the 4th inning. Marty's got a couple of RBIs. Cruz has picked up an RBI. Foul back again. Flaherty's had an RBI base hit. Joseph an RBI that came on a sac fly. The Orioles had a 1-0 lead in the 4th. They extended it 2-0 in the 6th. Red Sox in the bottom of the 6th made it 2-1. Then the Orioles made it 6-1 in the top of the 7th, only to have the Red Sox score 5 in the bottom half to tie it up. Here's the 0-2 delivery and a chopper to first base. Pierce got it back up. Hunter will cover and finds the bag for the out. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. It remains 6-6 here at Fenway. To you by Southwest Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwest.com. And by Chapin Davis, providing investments that can produce income from your retirement plan. Call to learn more, 800-222-3246 or at chapindavis.com. Bullpen, deeper we go in this 6-6 game. Each team with 13 hits.
Koji O'Hara now in the ballgame, 39 games, 18 saves out of his 19 opportunities, 51 strikeouts, just 5 walks. So great command for Koji. 175 overall batting average. Lefties at 135 and the righties at 222. Koji picked up the win in the first game of the series. Came in and had a scoreless 9th. Then the big broken bat base hit by Herrera to win the ball game. Koji, a couple pitches, fastball and the split finger, but he's known for that AKA invisible, that 4-seam fastball he throws with good spin and late finish through the zone.
So Koji will work to Cruz. Can he continue to be the big story of this series? He's had another great ball game, 5 for 5 last night, double, 2 singles in this game, 3 for 4, an RBI. He scored 2 runs. He's the DH in the game. David Lowe's going to get his first at bat waiting on deck. We're in the 9th inning. This ball game tied up. Cruz goes after it and pops it up. Third base side. Bogarts has got room and will catch it in foul territory. One away, top of the 9th. Cruz is now 0 for 10 against Koji O'Hara.
I think there are a lot of guys that have had some struggles against Uehara, but the way Cruz has been swinging, he might be the hero again.
That'll bring up David Lowe. Lowe came on as a defensive replacement for Delmon Young, who started in left field. That was after the Orioles had built up a 6-1 lead in the ball game. In at third base, Bogaerts, and Lowe will take the pitch for a strike. Koji, of course, with the Orioles for 2+ years. In 2010, and he appeared in 43 ball games, had 13 saves. Coming over from Japan. Swing and a miss by Lowe. Brad Brach for the Orioles in the bullpen. Koji going to Texas in the Chris Davis, Tommy Hunter deal, much talked about, then signed with the Red Sox as a free agent. And to first base on the line. Napoli there. 2 down, top of the 9th inning. 2014 MLB All-Star voting not quite over. Be sure to vote for the final player for each league roster. It'll begin tonight through Thursday. You can check Orioles.com this evening to see who made the team and vote for who should get that final spot on each team's roster. 7 o'clock tonight, the All-Star teams to be announced, and then that fan one final vote as the two managers, John Farrell for the American League and Matheny with the Cardinals for the National. They'll be managing the All-Star teams. They'll select the 5 players for the fans to vote on to be the final roster players for the All-Star game. Here's the 0-1 delivery, and that's going to miss outside. Hardy, a big 2 RBI base hit in the 7th inning. He's 1 for 3 in the ball game with a sacrifice. Hitting at .288 on the year. Mike Britton now up the bullpen for the Orioles along with Brad Brach. Hardy's got a 1 for 8 against Koji Uehara. Both these teams are going to need good starts tomorrow. These bullpens are being worked. Pitch is taken down low in the dirt.
Yeah, and it's really become a chess match now of how the bullpens are going to be used. Is are going to be stretched out? The Orioles going to shut him down the next inning. Is Buck Showalter going to use Zach Britton to try to get deeper into this Red Sox bullpen and try to get maybe a weaker arm?
Delivery on the way, and that's there for a strike. And you're always trying to think ahead too. I mean, you're looking at games to be played here tomorrow and the next day. You try and win this one, but try and keep something left. 3-2 delivery and foul back.
Well, with the Orioles bullpen using so many arms in last night's ball game, and now here being extended again. I know we talked about wanting to keep Kevin Gausman around, but now it looks like they're going to try to get another arm to just reinforce that bullpen, taking on the Nationals.
And he walked him. A good job by Hardy to keep the inning alive. Koji Uehara surrendering the 2-out walk here in the top of the 9th inning. That'll give Manny Machado an at-bat. Machado's had 2 hits in his last 2 times up. Big play on a play at the plate when Jackie Bradley Jr. threw him out in the 7th inning. What ended up being a double play, fly ball out, and the play at the plate to end the inning when the Orioles had scored 4 runs on 6 hits. He'll take that one to center. That's hit hard and deep near the wall. Bradley makes the catch. Oh, Jackie Bradley Jr. with a sensational catch. 380 away. And denies Manny Machado a hit and probably a go-ahead RBI. Whoa. We go to the bottom of the 9th, 6-6. What a catch by Bradley to finish off the top of the ninth inning. Now the Manny Machado big day almost got a whole lot bigger. Here's Brad Brach.
Now Brad Brach in last night's ball game actually picked up the win. He's done a super job. 3 wins in his last 6 appearances for the Orioles. 3.62 earned run average, 23 strikeouts, 12 base on balls. The opponent's hitting 242. The lefties up to 324, but the righties down to 194. Nice cross body delivery. That fastball up in the mid 90s, 94, 95 at times. Yeah, Jackie Bradley Jr.'s come up with some big plays for the Red Sox. That was something special out there, covering a lot of ground, getting up close to that wall to take a potential game-winning hit away from Machado.
He's probably saved the game twice. Play at the plate, Manny Machado. Play off the center field wall, Manny Machado.
All right.
So here's Daniel Nava against Brach. Bottom of the ninth inning, Nava, Pedroia, and Ortiz due up for the Red Sox. And the pitch there for his strike. Shadows really favoring the pitcher now. Shadows have completely engulfed home plate, so that ball's coming out of sunlight into shadows.
It's not easy.
Like Showalter talks about times when he's managed at different places, including the Orioles, where he's tried to delay games by going to the mound, talking to the pitcher, talking to the umpire, waiting for the shadows to come out to favor his pitcher in a given situation.
Yeah.
And it does make a difference. Nava on a swing through on a heater. Brach rearing back at 94. Boy, we've seen some gas thrown in this game.
Yeah, a lot of good arms on both sides.
Tommy Hunter worked an inning in the third. Had 2 hits off him, 1 strikeout, no runs. 3 runs charged to Webb, 2 to McFarland, 1 to Gausman. On the other side, 2 to Peavy, 3 to Badenhop, 1 to Tazawa. And that fastball is going to miss away. Up for grabs, the rubber match in this 3-game set. Twelve runs combined on 26 hits. 2-2 delivery on the way. No chance. Foul tipped into the mitt and held on to.
Well, the combination of the shadows and of course that cross-body delivery, 95 miles an hour, great location. It's got a little run to it as well. Joseph able to hang the ball back there. First out for Brach.
Chris Davis not playing in today's game. The offensive slump that he has been in, getting rested here in this ball game, and the Orioles really hoping corrections, whatever's needed to get his bat back, will come. A strike taken. Pedroia has had 2 singles in the game. He has struck out and grounded out. 302 lifetime average coming into the season, hitting 282 on the year so far. And the fastball is going to miss down low, maybe away. Brach thought he might have caught the plate on that. 1-1.
Not a bad pitch. Not a bad pitch at all. Keeping it down in the zone.
Outfield straight away on him. Delivery to Pedroia in the big cut. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
He chased the breaking ball in his last at bat up and out of the strike zone. An elevated breaking ball as well, but a better pitch for him to hit. He took a healthy cut. He's missing maybe a little too big on that swing.
30-year-old now in his 8th major league season, and he'll hit that one to the gap in right center field. Markakis over to cut it off and will hold him to a single. So a 3-hit ball game for Pedroia, this one with 1 down in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Pretty really good piece of hitting here by Pedroia. Gets a pitch up in the zone. See him pull the hands through and just drive it the other way. Nick Markakis a nice job cutting that ball off, keeping it to a single.
Pedroia picking up his 26th multi-hit game today in his 8th 3-hit ball game. He leads the Red Sox in multi-hit games. Now here's a mano-a-mano. Ortiz has had a double and 2 singles in his last 3 times up. He will take the strike. He's 3 for 4 in the ball game. The DH also with 2 RBIs. The infield shift really on here, but you got to play it double play depth, so you can't go back into that shallow right field position. Pitch will come inside, knee level. Ortiz a 1 for 1 in the only time he has faced Brock. Brad Brock has appeared in only that 1 game. Last night getting the win with the inning in the 3rd work, giving up only 1 hit. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 down. Pedroia held by Pierce at first base. Ortiz a slow roller foul. Breeze has really settled down. It was blowing out towards right field at the start of the game. And now just kind of a gentle breeze in no particular direction.
Need a lot of help from the wind. I'm sure the outfielders.
Runner goes, throw down, Joseph, and got him! Oh, a double call! And that's going to bring Farrell out. Hunter Wendelstedt signaled safe. I mean, he didn't just start the signal, he signaled safe and then called him out. And Pedroia waiting out there as his manager will talk to Hunter Wendelstedt.
Nice throw by Caleb, a little high there. Well, he called safe, but I think what happened, Pedroia kind of reached up. So his hand was actually over the base. You see his body kind of kick up and his hand is up. And he started to call him safe and then throws the out call down. Hardy applies the tag. Yeah, I think you have to in this situation. Skidding along and then reaches up. Did Hardy's glove actually get down on his arm?
You'd have to look at that a few times, I think, back in New York.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. So Farrell going out. Challenge on whether he was safe or out. And obviously vitally important. How about sending him with Ortiz at the plate and 1 down, and Pedroia taking off.
Yeah, pretty risky. Really tough to tell. Did he hit? Might have hit his helmet coming down. Take a look. Is there some contact right there?
Looks like the helmet moves.
Oh yeah, it did. Heck yeah, he got him.
I think that's where he got him, was on the helmet. If he got him. Boy, that's tough. Here's the call. He's out.
Yeah.
Well, again, Caleb Joseph for the Orioles. At key moments, his ability to get base runners, 54% effective coming into the ball game, and perhaps none bigger caught stealing than that one right there.
Yeah, that was a great throw. Nice tag. J.J. Hardy, you hear Buck Showalter talking about him being one of the better taggers in the game. Tough ball to handle because it was up. He gets it down there as quick as possible. Caleb Joseph came bouncing out of there.
So now Ortiz 2-2. 2 down. Base is empty. Big chance taken by the Red Sox, sending Pedroia, and it cost him. And the pitch will be taken away. So now Ortiz is obviously he's trying to win the game with a home run. You're just trying to. He's trying to find one to drive here. And Brock trying to find a way to get him out. Pitch on the way, and that will be outside.
Well, that's the Red Sox fault right there, sending Dustin Pedroia. You want Ortiz to get every chance he can get. You got a runner at first base. you got to be careful with your pitches, but you want to try to get an out. You don't want to get Pedroia in a scoring position, and the Red Sox just kind of potentially ran themselves out of this inning. Napoli a very dangerous hitter as well, but David Ortiz has been the most productive offensive force for the Red Sox this season.
So he's at first base, Ortiz, with 2 down. Napoli, an RBI base hit his last time, up 1 for 4. His only hit in this series, as he is 1 for 10. And the pitch will be taken inside for a ball. A real grinded out baseball game on this Sunday afternoon for both of these teams, with interesting plays being made, challenges from both sides. The Orioles winning theirs, Red Sox losing theirs. Going for the downs on that one.
He got behind that baseball and hit it out over the monster. Pretty healthy cut.
Napoli is 0 for 2 off Brad Brach. Shift is on in the infield. Nobody on that right side. And fouls that one away. 1 ball, 2 strike count with 2 away. Big defensive plays made in a ball game where the offenses took over late. But the defenses have really mattered. Machado being thrown out at the plate, perhaps a game-winning run. Machado being robbed of a probable game-winning RBI. In the 9th inning, Jackie Bradley Jr., the Orioles low, making fine play in the left. That one is going to be fouled back. And a little bit, no, not a little bit. You've had a lot of everything in this baseball game.
Yeah, you really have. Good starters, both sides. Gausman, nice game. Peavy threw very well for the Red Sox.
That was about 4 hours ago.
Right.
1 ball, 2 strike count. Napoli with Ortiz at first. And he got it. So we will have some free baseball on this Sunday, and that's exactly what you want on a 4th of July weekend. Baseball, hot dogs, apple pie, and extra innings. They all go together. Extra innings here at Fenway Park on this Sunday. 6-13-0 for the Orioles, 6-14-2 for the Red Sox. Some 35,800 on hand. A lot have departed, but why leave this one? Now Koji's going to stay out there and work. He has pitched 2 innings twice this year. Otherwise, it's been the 1 inning save stint for him. And we mentioned yesterday, Koji complained last week of a tired arm. That it just didn't feel good, and he didn't feel as effective as he'd been, but he's going to stay on to work here for a 2nd inning of relief work. He retired the Orioles in the 9th inning, surrendering a walk and getting the big play by Bradley in center to retire Machado for the last out. Ryan Flaherty, he's gone the distance at second base. A base hit, a walk, struck out, and flied out. It'll be Flaherty, Joseph, and Markakis at the top of the order. Both these bullpens really taxed after the long ball game last night, and now working into extra innings here today. Flaherty waiting on it. He'll put that one into right field for a base hit. So Ryan Flaherty gets a single, and the Orioles get the leadoff man on in the 10th inning with their 14th hit of the ball game.
Nice job by Ryan Flaherty getting the head out and hammering another base hit through that first and second base hole.
Top of the bottom of the order, rather. Joseph with Markakis waiting on deck. Caleb's had a base hit, an RBI, and a sac fly.
Potential small ball situation, obviously, here. Tied game, extra innings.
He squares to bunt. Charging in both corners. Bogarts at third, Napoli at first, Pedroia hustling over to cover first base. So Flaherty with a heads up. We've seen Joseph lay down a couple of bunts since coming up with the Orioles. Throw over, runner back. Caleb has 3 sacrifices already and is only playing in his 36th game. He's second on the team in sacrifices.
Infield coming in hard on the corners, and Koji crashing straight ahead.
Tried to push that, I think, towards second base where there would have been nobody, and found the back.
Ideally, you want to, in this situation, bunt to first base. Got to be careful about being too aggressive trying to force the issues. You don't want to pop it up, bunt into potential line drive right at the first base when he's crashing in. Kind of settle yourself down.
How do you bunt with 2 strikes?
I don't think so.
I don't either. Backing up, Bogarts, who'll play even with the bag. And the pitch will be outside. Koji has thrown 18 pitches. With relievers, particularly closers, the danger zone comes after 20 pitches have been thrown by pitchers usually like Koji Uehara, used to pitching just that 1 inning and 3 outs. 1-2 delivery on the way, and that'll be fouled back. Extra inning ball games for the Orioles this year. They are 6-3. The Red Sox are 5-7. Oriole closer Zach Britton's ready to go.
It's really important here for Ryan Flaherty to be aware of that split finger down in the dirt.
And he comes inside to him. So evens it up.
You got to get out on second base, obviously get yourself in a scoring position, and as a base runner a little bit more aggressive, aware of the pitches that can potentially be thrown. Watch the angle of the ball as it goes down. You get a good secondary. The ball doesn't have to be too far away if it kicks away from the catcher. You can advance into second base. Caleb Joseph unable to get the bunt down on the first 2 strikes. Try to get out there any way you can.
Ross out to talk to Koji Uehara. Uehara came on for Andrew Miller, who worked an inning, gave up 1 hit. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Uehara's delivery and a swing and a miss.
Pretty good split finger right there from Koji. Always had so much success in the closer role. See that dive bomb action as it works itself down and in on Caleb. Caleb showing the frustration there.
That'll bring up Nick Markakis. Markakis 2 singles in 5 at bats. He's extended his hit streak to 4 in this ball game. And he's had 4 hits in the 3-game set. 4 for 13. And Nick will take the pitch on the inside corner for a strike. Markakis a 1 for 6 off Koji Uehara. Outfield deep on him. Infield a double play depth. Runner off first, and the pitch will be up and away.
That's another thing that Ryan Flaherty has to be aware of. To be able to check the outfielders. Holt's really deep in right field, so if there is a ground ball through that hole, he'll be able to advance on the third base. Jackie Bradley, of course, covers some tremendous ground and closes distance, so he's got to be aware there. Nava, not quite a fleetest foot in left field, but he's got the green monster behind him. His goal, if there is a base hit, try to get himself into third base.
Koji unhappy with the location of the last pitch as he snapped that ball when it was thrown back to him in a 2-ball 1-strike count. 2-1, 1 down. Preston Guillemette was sent down today in order to make room for Kevin Gausman, the Orioles starter, so that bullpen not as many. He was the extra man for the doubleheader yesterday. And it goes to 3-1. The Orioles will take anything here to get a potential go-ahead run down to second base. Mahika in the bullpen for the Red Sox. They've used 4 relievers so far. Snap throw over to first base. Flaherty back. Lights are on here at Fenway.
Doesn't really help with the shadows too much.
No, not at all. Here's the 3-1. Markakis. Well, Hard just challenged him with that one and got it by 3-2.
Yeah, great pass there for Markakis, letting it fly. 3-1 count. See the 5th pitch on the outer third. He was extended, went out and got it. Tried to get it.
Nick hitting at 293 right now. Flaherty off first base. 3-2 throw. Ooh, got him. Picked him off at first base as it was blocked a little bit. It looked like Flaherty ended up running into Napoli's leg instead of the bat. And that's going to bring Buck Showalter out.
Yeah, he kind of squared up and blocked the base. What the heck is that?
You can't interfere with the runner's chance to get back to the bag. And boy, that looked like defensive interference.
It sure did. I mean, he didn't hold his position. He actually was blocking the base.
I mean, he had that base covered. I don't think you can challenge that. It is not listed. So the call stands.
Well, that's a tough break for the Orioles there.
It is. Wow, we've had some strange plays in this game. So the pickoff, and they credit Napoli with doing what he did, but it really looked like interference. There are 2 down, base is empty. And Markakis will foul it back as he let go with the big cut on that one. And again, talk about expanding the replay rule. Why would you not want that to be looked at? There's no reason that I can think of as to why that wouldn't be a play that should be reviewable. 3-2, 2 down. And Nick will foul it away. He's taking a couple of big cuts here. Once the bases were empty and there were 2 away in the 3-2 count. Markakis figuring, what the heck? See if I can get a lead on one swing of the bat here.
Oh, yeah, let it fly. He's taking some good passes with that invisible that Koji throws. Just able to get enough late life in the zone, foul it off.
Again, Markakis on a roller. Pedroia in, makes the underhanded flip to first, and that'll do it. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left off base. A pickoff, part of the top of the 10th. Continues on here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Kevin Gausman, the Orioles starter, looked like he was going to win and get a win in this game for a long time. That didn't happen, and the bullpen, for one of the few times this year, had its problems trying to control the Red Sox. Nelson's had another big day, 3 for 5 for Cruz. Flaherty getting picked off at first, but on a play that'll be looked at, I'm sure, as to whether or not there was interference with Flaherty's ability to get back to first base. But it won't matter now. We play on.
Now, this game has featured a little bit of everything. Great defense. There's been some really good pitching. There's been some not so good pitching. Clutch hitting. Good defense. Oh gosh. I mean, this season series against the Red Sox and the Orioles has been pretty much even the whole way through, and this is very fitting way to end this series here at Fenway.
Working on 4.5-hour ball game. Brock will work his second inning of relief. Gave up just one hit, a walk in the 9th inning. Here in the 10th, he's got Drew, Ross, and Bradley due up. Stephen Drew goes after it, a nubber down to first base. Pierce. And Drew is retired. He had struck out 4 times and now grounds out. You get the Golden Sombrero Plus.
Yeah, he just made contact, right? Good ball play.
This ball game that keeps you so humble. Here's Drew, and finally got his first home run of the season. Not 1 but 2 yesterday in the doubleheader. Comes back in this game with 4 strikeouts and an 0 for 5. Here is Ross, the home run in the 7th inning that kicked it off. Blazer inside to him. 5th home run of the year, his lone hit of the ball game. Each team had a big 7th inning. The Orioles 4 runs, 6 hits to take a 6-1 lead. The Red Sox responded in the 7th, 5 runs on 7 hits to tie it up. Breaking ball away. I don't know about you, but I'm hungry.
Yeah, how about one of them Fenway Franks?
Fenway Franks.
Feel good up here right now.
Have to run outside to get it. I think the press room is closed about 2 hours ago. 1 ball, 1 strike delivery on the way. I like the big sandwiches that are right outside the press entrance. The outside vendor that has the onions.
You like those?
I love those. And only at that spot, though. The other ones aren't nearly as good. But the guy who's been there for years, it's a tremendous cheesesteak. 2 ball, 1 strike count. Just wanted to make you hungry.
Yeah, thanks.
Brock's delivery on the way, and no chance on that one. He really set up this at bat with that first pitch when he rode that fastball in, and Ross had to pull the bat back. Now Ross a little reluctant to extend the arms, and Brock's gone outside to him a couple times on the strike zone on the plate away. 2-2 delivery on the way, and did he go? Nope.
Brock has that good fastball. I mean, he's touched 94, 95 here in this ball game, and he has that 2-seam action, so it's got some running life, and it can really bore in on a right-handed hitter. And especially, well, coming out of the shadows, that crossbody effect that Brock has, can get on you quick.
3-2 count. Got him. So Brock picks up his second strikeout. 2 down here in the 10th inning.
Ross almost started screaming as he swung the bat. Upset at himself here. Another good fastball at the top of the zone at 94 miles an hour. As he swings and misses, you see that frustration.
2 away, nobody on. Here's Bradley. Couple of singles, a run scored, a walk, and he has struck out in the ball game. Down to first, Pierce there. Pitcher covers, don't need to. Good inning. Brock sets him down 1-2-3. We've completed 10 here at Fenway in a 6-6 ball game. As the Orioles will be taking on the Nationals in a 2-2 set, and the first two to be played in Washington, and then the teams will come to Camden Yards. I invite you to join us tomorrow, 6:30 for O's Extra, 7 o'clock for the ball game. And the starters, Chris Tillman, Steven Strasburg, scheduled to go. That'll be on Masson 2 HD. Oriole fans hanging in. A lot of fans got up and started leaving the ballpark after the end of the 10th inning. I don't know if I stayed here this long. I think I'd stay for the rest of it.
Oh, heck yeah.
See
Look
what
at
the
everything
heck
you get to
happens.
see in this game. A little bit of everything. And now you get to see Mujica in the ball game. Opponent's hitting 303 off him, 327 lefties, 288 the righties. He has given up the 6 home runs. Mujica fastball go from 89 to 93 miles an hour. A split finger, a slider, and a rare curveball, but primarily the fastball split finger to both lefties and righties.
So Mujica will come on to work with Koji O'Hara out. 2 good innings by Koji, who gave up a hit, a strikeout, and a walk. The Orioles bat in the 11th inning. And Steve Pearce. Pearce hitting second, Jones, and then Cruz. And that one will be foul back. Things evened up now for the hitters as the shadows have moved to the backside of the mound. Zach Britton and Darren O'Day in the bullpen for the Orioles. That's it.
They want a turn.
I don't think they really do, to tell you the truth. Britton would like one, a save situation.
Yeah.
See, even she's tired down there. It's the first ball she hasn't been able to pick up. Jonathan Scope still on the bench. Nick Hundley, the backup catcher. Chris Davis not playing today. And David Lowe is in the game.
Of course, Chris Davis, another potential arm that can be used.
Yeah.
Did pick up a win.
He's pitched here before, too.
Yes,
He's good in this ballpark.
Yes.
Mujica's delivery, and that'll be foul back. Mujica with a very strange positioning on the mound. That first base side, he's almost off the rubber. It almost looks like he's throwing not to the hitter, but to the other batter's box. Because he steps towards first base when he delivers as well. And he's really not on any kind of a line with the hitter. And that pitch will be outside. Slider, 1 ball, 2 strike count. Pierce, a base hit, scored a run in the 7th inning. A 1-for-5 ball game for him. One ball, 2 strike delivery by Mujica. Came in on him. Wow, that one almost hit his top hand. Bogart's up, quick throw in the dirt. And a scoop made by Napoli. Boy, everything to Bogarts is a heart attack for the Red Sox.
It really is. He isn't playing freely by any means. I mean, it's all in his head right now. That quick release and that down low helped out by Napoli at first base. It gets hard. You make some errors, especially when they come in groups. How you kind of get yourself back in form and just play the game. More reaction than instead of thinking about it. Right now, Bogart's thinking about everything.
Here is Adam Jones, couple of base hits in the game. He's drawn a walk, grounded out, and flied out to center. He will pop that one up first base side. Napoli says, I got it. He does. Heads to the dugout, but there are only 2 down. That's the way extra innings ought to be played. You get 2 outs. Or you get 4. Huh? So 2 down, nobody on. It had to be Cruz. It had to be Cruz. He's got to hit a home run here.
Doesn't he?
He does. I mean, with the way this weekend has gone for him, you figure Nelson Cruz has got one more major move to be made in this series. 5 for 5 last night. He's had 2 singles, a double, an RBI, 2 runs scored in this game, 3 for 5 in this ball game. Designated hitter. They'll play the line. Ground ball to short. Big hop played by Drew. And Mojica comes on and retires the side in order. We'll go to the bottom of the 11th inning in a 6-6 ball game. We certainly have that. On this date in Major League Baseball history, July 6 in 1966. Where's Boog when you need him? He tied an American League record with 11, count them, 11 RBIs in a doubleheader. And in 2013, last year, Bryce Harper made the All-Star game as a starter, as a youngster, in fact, making that All-Star team and putting up an unbelievable year. He was 20 years old, the youngest National League starter in history of the All-Star game last year for Bryce Harper.
Oh, we're going to get to see Bryce Harper if this game ever ends. We'll go down to Washington, but there is a great group of young ball players in the league right now. Of course, the Orioles pretty lucky to have Manny Machado, but Jonathan Scope emerging as one. Of course, the Houston Astros have some young talent, like George Springer down there. Bogart's here. Of course, he's had a struggle here in this series defensively, but certainly has the potential to be a star in the game.
Pitch will be taken for a strike. Brad Brock working here. Extended relief work for Brock. Bogart's a single. RBI came in that big 7th inning. He's had 2 hits in the game. 2 for 4. And a big swing. You can tell by the swings being taken against Brock, they're not seeing the ball very well out of his hand.
No, they're not. They're just trying to pick a zone. They're hoping it's in that strike zone and taking a big healthy cut at it. Seems like a lot of hitters trying to end the game in one swing.
Brock working his 3rd inning of relief, and the pitch will be onside. Bogart sitting at 242. He's got 6 long balls this year. Top of the order, Holt and then Nava. Red Sox still have their starting lineup intact here in the 11th inning. Foul back. The report today on Encarnacion, who had that quad pop on him yesterday, is that it is a right quad strain. Anywhere from 10 days to 3 months. Ooh. That's unofficial. The club has not put out any official announcement yet. Here's the 1-2 delivery, and that'll ride inside to him. Oakland leads Toronto by a score of 3-1. Samaja making the start in that game for Oakland in that deal. He's given up a run on 4 hits in 6 innings so far. 2 ball, 2 strike count. Brad Brock with the delivery. Center field. Jones in the sun. One away. And our aerial coverage, and a lot more than they ever dreamed possible, being provided of Boston and Fenway by Hood and their very own blimp. Always good, always Hood. They've probably created a new record for time circling Fenway in the air today with some great shots. I mean, a beautiful day to be flying. With the clear blue skies and a little gentle breeze blowing out the center right now, and they've given us some beautiful shots of the area. Pitch will be taken away. We've been here long enough. Soon we'll be catching shots of the traffic jams developing from the Cape back into the city. Oh, we've had the suggestion we'll see shots of leaves changing. There's a ball that's just going to make it. And a fine play. Wow. I mean, Joseph behind the plate doesn't make many mistakes. He called Brock off that. Brock was going to field it himself, and Joseph said, get out of the way.
Yeah. Well, 11 innings behind the plate. He bounces out there like a cat, makes a nice athletic play, Holt flying down the line. Joseph really is a good athlete for a catcher. He can play multiple positions. We've seen him play first base here. Moves around very well back there.
Well, a couple of quick outs here in the bottom of the 11th inning. Daniel Nava. Nava has scored a couple of runs, had a base hit and an RBI. Scored another time when he reached on a fielder's choice. He'll foul that one off the other way. 1 for 5 in the ball game for Nava. 4 for 11 in the series. Red Brock, third inning of relief work.
Yeah, his stock continues to rise. I mean, he has done a really good job here for the Orioles, of course, in last night's ball game, and now eating up some innings and giving the Orioles a chance. He's been pitching very well.
Right-hander's delivery, and that'll be pulled. It is deep, and it is foul. Down by the pesky pole in right field.
Everybody a little thrill here at Fenway Park.
It's that short home run poke on the right field line. Oh, 2 count, 2 down. Brock has worked as many as 4 innings this year. Did it against the Pirates. Delivery on the way, and that'll miss outside. Just asked Johnny Pesky, one of the Red Sox great, about that. Why is it called the pesky ball? And Johnny said, I have no idea. I never did anything down there. I never hit home runs down there. Miss him. He used to have the first seat inside the Red Sox clubhouse when you walked in on the right. Johnny was a great player here, coach here, and wonderful man. Just reaching to keep the at-bat alive. It's fouled off.
Nice pitch from Brock, and you see that velocity still holding true, and he's able to keep it down in the zone. 95 there on the fastball.
Dave Wallace, pitching coach, may need him to go to the mound to pitch.
Yeah. He's been through a lot today. Seen some real good stuff and some not so good stuff.
1-2, 2 down. Oriole fans trying to build up a chant here. Here's the 1-2 delivery by Brock, and another one foul back. .42 pitches thrown by Brock in relief today. McFarland, Webb, Mattis, Hunter, and Brock out of the bullpen for the Orioles. Badenhop, Tazawa, Miller, Uehara, and Hika for Boston. One ball, 2 strike count. Nava battling. He's reached for about 3 here with the sole purpose of keeping his at-bat alive, and so far successfully so.
I don't know how he got a piece of that one. That was running about a foot off the plate to keep the at-bat alive. But he's trying to protect, you know, down 1 ball, 2 strikes. Just waiting, hoping for a mistake from Brock.
going to be the 7th pitch of this at-bat coming up. Here's the 1-2 delivery again. Close but not close.
Trying to backdoor that slider. Just hangs off the outside corner. Good effort though. You see that 7th pitch where it ended up.
Nationals won their game today over the Cubs 2-1. Orioles' next opponent done with their day's work today. 2-ball, 2-strike count, and then waves at one. I think he just got tired. 3 strikeouts for Brock. He retires the side in order. 7 in a row he has set down. Being wrapped up today. The Yankees beat the Twins 9-7. Kuroda 4 runs, 7 hits, 5 2/3. He did get the win. Ellsbury had a 2 for 5 with a home run, 4 RBI day for Jacoby Ellsbury. The Yankees got Brandon McCarthy to try and fill in that pitching need. They made the deal with the Diamondbacks. Vidal Nuno going the other way, and Toronto claimed Nolan Reimold off waivers, so the Orioles did not get Reimold through waivers, and the Blue Jays have picked him up. And as we told you earlier, Encarnacion apparently with the right quad strain, and how long he's going to be out remains to be seen, but certainly a DL situation. The club will make the announcement probably after the game. They're playing on the West Coast against Oakland and trailing 3-1. Breslow is in the bullpen for Boston. Mojica's going to work his 2nd inning. David Lowe came on in the ball game as a defensive replacement. Suddenly he finds himself playing a half a game already.
Yeah, well, this would be a great opportunity if David Lowe can get himself on base, the right side of the infield.
He's got to. That is in the gap. It'll be chased down by Bradley Jr. all the way to the wall. Triple marked all over it. He's on his way to 3rd, and Lowe will go in with a stand-up triple to lead off the 12th inning for the Orioles, as that one went to the deepest part of Fenway Park.
That ball was smoked. David Lowe got on a line drive and actually beats Jackie Bradley Jr. We've seen the speed, but look at it get by him out there and rolls to the deepest part of the park. And the Jets are on, and he's just cruising into 3rd base with a big leadoff triple.
So the Orioles with a chance to get on top here in the 12th inning. That'll be their 15th hit of the ball game, and David Lowe on at 3rd. The infield will be drawn in. J.J. Hardy at the plate with nobody out. Hardy has 2 RBIs and a base hit in the game, and he will take the pitch from Mojica away for a ball. Lowe gets his 2nd triple of the year, and with that great speed at 3rd, Mojica looks and delivers, and Hardy on the cutter and a pitch down and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Now the Orioles will get Britton up with a potential close for situation developing. The Orioles can get the lead here. Mojica's delivery, Hardy takes, and it will miss, framed, but they do not get the call. Hardy's had a 1 for 4 off Mojica in the times he's faced him. Mojica set up outside. That ball will be popped up first base near the dugout and out of play. 2-2.
Mojica really kind of a command specialist. Control of all of his offerings. That one kind of got away from him. Made a mistake with the fastball. Rode into that inner third. Got in on Hardy, but real good split finger. Command of his fastball. Got the slider and curve he has with it, but primarily a 2-pitch pitcher.
2-2 delivery on the way. Ground ball. That's going to go through for a base hit, and the Orioles get the lead. Lowe will score on the drawn-in infield. Hardy gets his 3rd RBI of the day, and the Orioles have a 7-6 lead here in the 12th inning.
Do what you can, and with the drawn-in infield, certainly had an advantage for J.J. Hardy to find a hole. You see the chopper just working its way through there. No chance for Drew to even dive after that one. David Lowe with that leadoff triple able to score on the Hardy single.
So the Orioles retake the lead here in the 12th inning. And with nobody out, Manny Machado up, runner at first base, and Manny will take the pitch away for a ball. And he's had a couple of singles, denied an extra base hit and an RBI in the 9th inning on a great catch by Jackie Bradley Jr. off the wall in center. And the Orioles would like to add more than 1 the way this game has gone. 7 runs, 16 hits now for the Orioles. Pitch outside the strike zone. He went after it. 1-1.
Back-to-back games where the Orioles have pounded out 16 hits. In this one, it's taken 12 innings.
Machado against Mojica for the first time. Fouls that back. 1 ball, 2 strike count. So for the moment, Brent Brock is the pitcher of record for the Orioles.
Could he do it again? Pick up another win?
Yes, he could.
4 wins and 7 appearances, potentially.
Lead at first, Hardy. 1-2 delivery, foul back. And the count will stay at 1-2. Ball game with a lot of everything in it. And Hardy with his 3 RBI day right now making the difference in the ball game. Earlier honor and run picked up by the Orioles. Also, it didn't look that big as the game went along, but certainly proved to be. Count still at 1 ball and 2 strikes.
It's so hard in this game when you think you have a comfortable lead, things are kind of rolling along, how quickly things can change. I mean, the Orioles have done it to other teams where they've been able to put big numbers up in an inning, 5 runs, and today it happened to both teams. The Orioles make a big mark, and the Red Sox came right back and put it on them to tie it up. So no lead is safe. It's always a grind. Always have to work your way through. Try to come up with those big outs. Take advantage of the run opportunities when you can.
Hardy with his 3 RBI day. That's his high for the season. His second 3 RBI ball game that he's had this year. He's at first base. 1 ball, 2 strike count of Manny Machado. Flaherty waiting on deck. Manny will take it. And it'll even up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Yankees winning today, their 44th win. both the Orioles and Toronto at 47 coming into today's play. Runner goes down the line, headed to the wall, and that will end up in the seats. Just foul right off the side wall in left field.
There you go. A little surprise attack from the Orioles, putting J.J. Hardy in motion on the 2-2 count. They don't run a lot, but they are aware of certain situations. And this is a crucial time. Obviously, the Orioles getting that one run is big and in the 12th inning, but they'd like to create as much separation as they possibly can the way this ball game has been going.
If he throws over here, Mexico looking, Hardy not going, and Machado again will foul it back. Here's another one of those extended at bats. Something else we've seen in this game from both sides. 2 ball, 2 strike count. Mexico now up to 23 pitches thrown in the inning plus that he's worked. He retired the side in order in the 11th inning.
See the pitch track, everything on that outer third or off the plate. Not taking a chance coming in with the Green Monster.
2-2 delivery. Another foul ball.
Be a couple arms on both sides that will be on the shelf for a couple days. Steve's trying to work through that. That's always the challenge for a manager. And I hope that starting pitchers can get deeper in the ball game to preserve some of those arms.
11th pitch, runner goes, swung on and fouled off. So Hardy getting some exercise. He'll come back to first base. And Manny Machado will have at least a dozen pitches in this at bat. The 2 ball, 2 strike count.
He's fouled off some tough ones. Pretty good movement from Mexico.
Orioles trying to get their 7th extra inning win, taking the lead here in the 12th inning. Triple by David Lowe, RBI base hit by Hardy. And a 2 ball, 2 strike count. And he waiting on it, and a little ground ball off the end of the bat. Drew will go to first base and record the out. Hardy will get down to second, though, with only 1 away. Well, another potential run out there. John Farrell is on his way out to the mound with Ryan Flaherty, a left-handed batter, waiting to come to the plate. And he's going to take the baseball. So we will get a pitching change here in the 12th inning. The Orioles have put a run across. They've got another potential run with Flaherty due up and a runner at second. 1 out.
This season, that earned run average way up there at 5.16, 20 strikeouts and 20 walks. So command has been a problem for Breslow. Opponents hitting 292, lefties up to 296, and the righties at 288. Just the 2 home runs allowed. He's pitched in this series, pitched an inning and a third. In last night's ball game, gave up the 1 hit and a strikeout. No runs though. allowed. He has had some success against the Orioles in his last 13 appearances. He's held Baltimore to a .66 earned run average. So in here to try to get out of this jam with J.J. Hardy at second base. Ryan Flaherty is going to get pinch hit with Jonathan Schoop.
Jonathan Schoop 0 for 2 as a pinch hitter this year. 6 home runs, 21 RBIs, hitting .225. Came out, took some optional batting practice today before the ball game a long time ago. He's got a runner at second base and only one out. J.J. Hardy. Already a couple of hits in the ball game, RBI. So the left-hander against Jonathan Schoop. Breslow's delivery, and that'll be taken inside for a ball. Schoop has seen Breslow before, 0 for 2 against him. Jonathan, 213 off lefties, 230 off righties. Pedroia trying to hold the runner at second, Hardy, and that pitch is going to be inside. So Schoop gets ahead on the count, 2-0. Mahika out of there, an inning and a third, couple of hits. So far, 1 run, responsible for the runner at second base. Left-hander's delivery. Jonathan Schoop takes. It's there for a strike.
Pedroia trying to get Hardy to kind of shorten up a little bit, at least let him know he's behind him out there. There's the short porch in left field. If you can limit the base runner's secondary lead at second base, just gives your team an extra opportunity to gun him down if there is a base hit out to left, or anywhere for that matter, center or right.
Breslow the look and the delivery, and Schoop will pop it up. First base side, Stun still shining there, and Pedroia comes over to make the play. Napoli was struggling with that, trying to find it. Pedroia had it lined up, came in behind him, called him off, and Schoop is retired, 2 down.
Nice job by Pedroia not to give up on that ball. Napoli has had some challenges over there with the sunglasses on, and that ball was drifting back. Pedroia right there to back him up, makes the call.
So 2 down. Hardy goes back to second base, and that will bring up Caleb Joseph. Joseph, a base hit, RBI, and a sac fly. Runner at second, and the pitch to him outside. More importantly, the defensive plays he's made have really assisted the Orioles in this game. Zach Britton's ready to come on in a save situation if the score stays as is. 7-6 Orioles. We're in the top of the 12th inning. Delivery on the way by Breslow, and that'll be fouled back by Joseph.
Caleb, happy to see a left-hander come in the ball game. The great numbers, and we've talked about it before in the minor leagues against lefties. Over 400 the last couple of years facing the left-handed pitchers. And Buck Showalter started Caleb Joseph off against lefties, thinking that there was going to be that platoon system, but Caleb doing such a good job behind the plate. Kind of settled into that more everyday type role, but still good numbers off lefties.
Hundley getting the second game last night of the doubleheader. Caleb caught the first one, so Hundley getting the break here in this game today, and Joseph going the distance. Hardy off second base. Here's the 1-2 delivery on the way, and that's there. Well, the strikeout recorded by Breslow, but the Orioles get the run. An RBI single by Hardy after Lowe had tripled. Can the Orioles hang on to a 7-6 lead? 12th. 3 outs away, but boy, those outs been hard to come by today.
They sure have. Well, Zach Britton coming in to trying to seal the deal. 13 saves out of his 15 opportunities. 35 strikeouts, 13 walks for Britton. Look at that earned run average at 139. Opponents hitting just 178. The lefties at 167. The righties at 185. Well, home runs given up. Zach Britton has been very dominant since he's entered this closer role. Good two-seam fastball. He's working 95, 96 miles an hour. Hitters have a tough time when it's down in the zone. Getting that ball elevated. A lot of ground ball outs. A lot of swing and misses.
Jonathan Schoop will stay in the ball game to play at second base after hitting for Flaherty. Brock's got a chance to be the winner. Brent Brock, a solid 3 innings. He had 3 strikeouts, a walk, and 1 hit. And could be the winner in this game as he was in the second game of the doubleheader yesterday. And Mojica's the pitcher of record, giving up a run on 2 hits in an inning and a third for the Red Sox. And here we go to the bottom half, and it won't be easy. Britton goes to work against Dustin Pedroia. You got the middle, Pedroia, Ortiz, and Napoli due up. Lefty's pitch is a strike on the outside corner. Pedroia with a 7 for 10 lifetime off Zach Britton. Britton has gone 1 for 1 in saves against the Red Sox this year. That one will be foul back. He has a 1-0 record. This will be game number 7 for Zach against the Red Sox. He's worked 8 innings against Boston this year, giving up a run, 1 run on 7 hits, 5 strikeouts, and 2 walks.
Let's take a look at Pedroia's power zone now. He has great plate coverage, but he likes that pitch up middle in. And Zach Britton likes to keep that ball down. That's when he gets that best movement.
That one will miss outside. 98-mile-an-hour fastball, a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Pedroia with a couple of singles, 3 singles actually in the ball game. 3 for 5 day, average up to 284. And Britton's delivery to him, and a swing and a miss, and there's 1 of 3 needed by the Orioles.
Pretty nasty pitch right there. 98 miles an hour down in the zone. Look at this ball dive down and away to Dustin Pedroia. That's how you stay away from the power zone. What a great pitch. Big strikeout to get the first out of the inning.
David Ortiz, 2 RBIs, 2 singles, and a double. Also has drawn a walk and flied out in the game. That one in the air, that's going to be a hit. It'll go to the corner, a bouncer off the wall, low over to get it. Ortiz thinking about 2. They got a shot at getting in by a mile. Ortiz is out. A bad decision by David Ortiz, who actually all but stopped at first base. And then for some reason thought he had a chance to get a double and ends up being thrown out at second.
Well, another great play by David Lowe, playing the monster well. The 1-hop gets a little momentum and a perfect 1-hop throw to Hardy. David Ortiz out by 20 feet. Quite a play by David Lowe, who's come up to be the big time hero in this ball game. See him slicing this fastball down the line, and he's going about as hard as he can go. Tries to turn on the Jets, but that's about as all as you're going to get from David Ortiz. Great defensive play by David Lowe in left field.
He hesitated as he turned, and then for some reason thought he could gain second base on that, tested Lowe, and Lowe gets him. Big play. And here is Napoli, 12th inning, 2 down. The Orioles up 7-6. And Zach Britton on the verge of a save to give Brad Brock a victory in this game. Napoli, an RBI base hit. He has struck out 3 times in the game and has hit into a double play along with the RBI single. Britton's delivery to him and a check swing. It is a foul ball. Just got enough of the bat out there actually to hit the ball.
David Lowe, a couple nice plays off that left field wall, and of course coming up with that big triple in the last inning. So after sitting on the bench, has really come up big for the Orioles here in the extra innings.
Delivery on the way by Britton will be outside. Well, the Orioles, they can get this out and get the series win. Extra inning affair here at Fenway today. Five hours plus for this game. Here's the delivery, and that'll be outside. Napoli with the 0 for 4 off Britton. Outfield playing it deep here in the 12th with 2 away. Britton ready. Napoli will take it, and that's going to be the ball game. He is called out on strikes, and Zach Britton preserves the win. He will get the save for the Orioles, who come away with a hard-fought 7-6 win here in Game 3 and pick up the series win against the Red Sox, as the Orioles in extra innings now have gone 7-3, while the Red Sox in extra innings dropped to 5-8. And in one-run games, the Orioles are 15-30.